There we go. Alright. I am here. And we will get started in a little bit. But in the meantime, how has everyone been? It's been nice. Cold, but nice over here. I just know that this week's gonna be a little bit busy. I mean, what with me posting my horror fic on all my platforms this week, along with writing up another thing, and then writing yet another thing. This week's gonna be a little busy. But thankfully the busy I am used to. But still, it's also the last full week of October. Ow. Let's see. God damn it. Probably have to readjust my seat. Actually, maybe not. Alright. At least YouTube's not being stupid with the fucking... Your connection is weird. You have to up your audio bitrate despite the fact that the recommended level, or we don't stream at this resolution. And it's like, it's not my fault, YouTube, that you're so weird and you can't detect that I'm actually playing by your rules. But anyway, hello, Helite. You're just in time, too. We're gonna get started with the letter in a little bit. We're in the middle of our, we're towards the end of our third run-through. We're beginning our fourth tonight. Which is gonna be the kill 'em all route. And it's actually kind of interesting how I determined that the fourth run-through of the game was gonna be our kill 'em all route, because the number 4 in Japanese culture usually means death. And considering the fact that supposedly our main antagonist is a Japanese woman... Oh, but still, that's gonna be... I'm honestly terrified to begin the fourth run-through. Mainly because of the fact that of the gore? Because, I think we now know of at least 5 out of 7 characters to kill off. And that's gonna be fun. Anyway, I think we might just get started right about now, because I don't really have much else to talk about. But obviously, because we are playing the letter, we have to do our disclaimer. So, viewers' discretion is advised for this stream of the letter. And I actually prepared this time. So, due to the nature of this game, in the description below is a condensed list of subject matters that are shown in this game. Graphic depictions of death, violence, torture, and murder. Horror content, such as psychological horror, body horror, gore, jump scares, and disturbing sounds and images. Bigoted language, including racial slurs, sexist and homophobic remarks. Psychological trauma. Abuse and sexual assault. Suicide. Incest. Child death, animal cruelty / death, cannibalism, and alcoholism. If at any point you feel uncomfortable watching or you feel the need to stop, click away or stop watching. Your mental health matters, and I want this to be a safe place for viewers even if you need to step away. Yeah. And I say this with the utmost respect. Please take care of yourself. Give yourself a little kindness. And I will be trying to do And I will be trying to extend the same courtesy to myself as well. And we certainly saw a little bit of that gore yesterday. Not yesterday, Friday night. What with Marianne slitting her throat. Oh boy. And we're gonna be in for more of that on the 4th run through. So, with that out of the way, I think it's time we jump into the letter. Say goodbye to Firefox. We'll be back with you during the break. Boop. Boop. And doop. And of course we gotta wait for Steam to do its updating, even though I updated it at the beginning of this month and it just refuses to believe it. Why is technology so weird sometimes? Swallowed that a little bit too early. And it was just my drink, no need for Rule 18 jokes yet. Rule 18. You know what I meant? Come on. Oh yeah, I never fixed this. Whoops. There we go. I had to switch my chat from top chat to live chat. Why am I stumbling over my words? It made sense during D&D after the stream on Friday, but not now. Like, I was talking to my friend on Discord later that night, and I was trying to say the word predictable, but because I'd been talking for so much that night, I just could not get the word out. Like, I had a lisp or something. Alright. Alright. So, what happened last time on the letter? Well, first off, before we even began the 3rd run-through, we decided to go back in time and see, like, what would have happened if we rushed at the racist, and nothing happened, unfortunately, because we had to be stopped. We can't just let a racist be beaten down for his racism, no. Granted, I don't know if that was intentional or not, but I was kind of disappointed with it. We got a new CG out of it, though, so... But anyway, we did that, and then we officially began our 3rd run-through of the game, where I had set out 3 goals. One was to, so the first one, and the most important one, was to see if we can get all 4 friends, meaning Isabella, Rebecca, Zach, and Ash, all alive for their epilogues. And I believe we have managed to get to that to the most part. We have to see how this final chapter of the run-through will go. But, at the very least, we did get all of them up to that point. And we even managed to, and we might have possibly gotten Ash and Isabella together, which was great. We might actually get our first romance ending of this game, which is good. But we did that. The second goal was to kill off Marianne, which we did in graphic fashion. Oh god, that was it. God, I had to literally censor that. I had to cut away from that because it was super fucking gory. And it's like, oh god. But we did that, so she didn't show up. We saw her dead body though, and it looked fucked up. which I didn't censor. Because at that point, it's like, well, she's already dead, and you're already expecting her body to look like crap anyway, so there was that. And then the third goal was to see what would happen if we kept Luke and Hannah together, even after his infidelity had been revealed. And we did that. Maybe. We have to see it at the epilogue. But at the very least, Luke now knows that he's going to be a dad to twins, no less. Man, for a man that didn't want to have kids, his sperm somehow managed to get lucky enough to impregnate Hannah, already, and 2, for twins. I forget how the fertilization process for twins goes. Is it? I think it's supposed to be determined by whether or not, it's identical twins or fraternal twins. Because I think and I could be wrong here, so do not take me at my word, but I think if I remember right, for twins fertilization, as I said before, it's determined whether the twins are identical or fraternal. And I think if the twins are identical, it's just the one egg that managed to split into 2 that's fertilized. But with fraternal, I think it's but if it's fraternal, it's I think it's 2 fertilized eggs? I could be wrong. I know how babies are formed, but you can't ask me to remember how twins and such are born, or fertilized, sorry, not born. But anyway, so where we left off at is that we are at Luke's chapter, which of course, as we all know, is the final chapter before the epilogue, and we started on it. So alright. God, 144. Wait, how did I get down with Hannah? When did that happen? Let's see. 65% of Rebecca's, 47% of Ash. I think one thing I am wanting to do after Luke's chapter is I want to go back to the save I had made during Ashton's route, where we had to pick between Rebecca, Mary, and Isabella, and pick Rebecca this time, and just see if maybe we, because I swear to God, if we get to an epilogue where Ash and Rebecca still drifted apart after that, I'm like, okay, maybe the relationship value is not high enough for them to stay together after everything, so I want to see if maybe that will change anything. And another thing is, I want to try and see if Ash will still die if we choose to disarm Luke. At least in this specific path, because we know for a fact that when it came to Hannah being possessed, Ash was gonna die. But who knows, maybe he won't. But trust me, if he does die, I will reload the save, because I'm not going through that again. Anyway. Alright, so this is a new path altogether. Alright. To say that I'm scared of what's happening is a gross understatement. Trouble of any sort is the last thing I want to get home to after a long day at work and a trip to the bar. And when I see Hannah near prostrate, I can only feel dread. So technically this is the same as before last time, but because we're on a different path, we can't exactly get out, which sucks. She twitches and seizes, body wound and coiled tight before thrashing, shuddering, and shaking. Like a woman possessed, her mouth falls open and her eyes roll to the back of her head. It has the hallmark signs of a seizure. The symptoms are similar enough. And that knowledge, the fact that I know this, only makes me feel worse. But to hold her close is all I can do while she thrashes about. I know this is wrong, that I'm not supposed to hold her down, yet I do it out of instinct, reflex even. I'm terrified of hurting her, but I see no other way to keep Hannah from hurting herself. It takes a lot to keep myself from running off to get help when she needs me here. And it takes everything I have to keep myself intact. When she says my name, I realize that the seizures have stopped, but that doesn't make the dread go away.
Luke, please.
What happened here? Who did this to you?
I don't know. I am so sorry.
The sight of her tear-streaked face is enough to twist the knife in. It doesn't help that I'm as lost as she is right now, and all I can say is...
Shh, it's all right. You're safe now, Hannah. You're safe now.
Whoops. I must have sat there in the kitchen, cradling Hannah in my arms for an eternity, until Shotgun and a maid ran in, assuming the worst. She had been screaming, enough to attract the attention of anyone on mansion property. But that's all well and good in the end, I suppose, as they helped carry Hannah up to our bedroom. I doubt I could have managed on my own. I might have slipped on the stairs and cracked both our heads open if I tried. Oh, so we're actually in the bed this time instead of drinking. There we go! Alright. Both Shotgun and the maid do a short work of making her comfortable while I sit on the sidelines. I have no idea how long I remained there, just watching them and her. But at some point after they've left us, the sun has set, leaving the room dark and silent. Nestled in all the pillows and blankets and put on her side, though, Hannah looks smaller than ever. She looks so weak and vulnerable that I can't help but worry. Not to mention the children. Think about the children. I wouldn't know how such an event could affect babies in the womb. Now seems like a good time as any. Now seems like Now seems like a good time to get drunk as any. But I just can't. Character development. All right, so he actually is going to be a good husband this time around. You know, actually be a good man to his wife and future children. I can't bring myself to leave her side just to intoxicate myself. Not with what just happened. I might just drink myself to death if I so much as tried.
Please, stay with me, darling.
Of course.
Of course. Anything for you, sunshine.
Aw. There's no way I can leave her side without feeling guilty. Besides, what sort of husband and father would I be if I didn't take care of her when she was sick? Not that I'm too confident about what I can do on my own. I'm not trained for this sort of thing. Even if I've experienced similar scenarios before, I might still have it all wrong. I've already called our personal physician along with the obstetrician, who knew of her pregnancy, for a house call in the morning. We'll have to go on from there. I don't like to think about it, but I can still remember the doctor's instructions on how to take care of my mother while she was ill. Provide a safe space for her to rest. Check. Let her lie on her side so that she doesn't choke. Check. Loosen tight clothing to let her breathe. Check. Keep calm and don't panic. Well, I'm having a bit of trouble with that one, aren't I?
Do you want any water? Something to nibble on, perhaps? I can call for something to be brought up. Soup would be good, right?
I'm fine, Luke. Don't you worry. I'm just a little sick, but I'll get better.
A pained look crosses her face and, more than anything, I wish I could take away the pain she feels right now. When she beckons me to come closer, to hold her in my arms, who am I to say no? Aww. Lulled to sleep. That's actually really sweet. Fuck, that's actually really sweet. Her body still quivers, tiny shakes that make my heart feel like it's going to stop and give every time they happen too much. I take care to give her room to breathe, no matter how much of an uncomfortable position it puts me in. Her scent is enough to bring me at ease. Golden flowers, marigolds, buttercups, and daffodils. I'm not sure if she smells this way because I surround us with them when I can, or because she's wearing the perfume I gave her last Christmas.
There we go. Now, are we comfy?
She nods her head weakly, a smile barely making its way on her lips. I'd be ready to fulfill any request she has, anything to make this easier for her, anything to make her happy. But when she next speaks, I can feel my breath catch in my throat.
Sing me a lullaby.
A lullaby? Of course. I can do that.
I know I've done so many things in my lifetime that would justify a horrible end. But not Hannah. She doesn't deserve this. This is all far too horribly familiar. To find myself in bed, clutching reverently to an ill-beloved, wishing it wasn't real and hoping it doesn't get any worse. To find myself screaming at a god I've long abandoned and forgotten. Not her. Not again. Take her and you'll bloody rue. To have a lullaby shared, so that we can forget the pain and the fear.
Hush, my darling, don't say a word. I'm gonna catch you a mockingbird.
Oh, look at her smile. Oh my God. I'm actually gonna fucking cry. This is actually really sweet. I can hear her breathy laugh, though she doesn't tell me to stop. If this amuses her, then that's fine. But her breathing soon evens itself out. A good thing, too. And before I know it, she's fallen asleep. If only it would be as easy for me. I certainly don't envy her, but I don't particularly like how my mind runs right now. Battered and frayed, clutching at straws and asking myself if I'll really let myself fall apart in this moment. It's alarming just how the thought of losing her could break me, pregnant or not.
And if that mockingbird don't sing, I'm gonna get you a diamond ring.
I've already lost my mother, the only other woman I've truly loved in my life. And without knowing then as a young man, that wounded a great part of me. I'm aware now of how scarred I am, for lack of a better term. And if anything ever happens to Hannah, well, I don't know what I'd do after the fact. Would the loss drive me insane? Would I become mad and swear bloody vengeance on a world that deserves less than her? Would I end up drowning in sorrow and guilt, until I end up drinking one night and figuring a bullet is a good way to go? Or perish the thought, would I become like my father, one who had no further love for anything, not others or even objects or self? The vainglorious mogul that worked and worked for the sake of succeeding in the search of happiness that would never come.
And if that diamond ring turns brass, we're gonna go to fields of grass.
For a long while, I was that man, wasn't I? Pursuing gold and glory and nothing else. Bloody hell, I even started courting Hannah for the money her family had. She was a mark to be attained. But she was just so bright. And I don't mean intelligent, though she certainly is that too. No, she was bright in a manner that she could bring such sunshine to anyone's dreary life. I thought I would need to put on a mask with her, just like with all the others. But, if anything else, she made it feel so constricting, suffocating, that I pulled off the mask on my own. I had wanted to be myself around her, just as she was so willfully showing her real self to those around her. It wasn't some sudden realization. There was no eureka moment. It just happened.
And in those fields where we roam, we'll take daffodils for our home.
We would meet up and talk about business, but then those could only last for so long after a few dozen dates. We ended up talking about other things, little things that didn't seem to matter so much, inconsequential things that one would end up forgetting in the grand scheme of things. Good food, good music, dogs, the film we just saw, books we've read while we were apart, and places we'd want to go to. Things that weren't important suddenly are. It confused me so much. But I was happy. And at some point, I told myself that this was the woman I wanted to spend my life with. Then I would forget that. A lot. It was out of some misguided need to be my own person, to not be defined by anyone else. I refused to put her on a pedestal, or to make her the center of my universe. Married or not, we were our own person at the end of the day. But I would forget to, at the very least, remember that she was there with me.
And if those daffodils die and wilt, we'll still have the home that we built.
She made me better, but I was... Wait a minute. She made me better, but I am, still me to an extent. Still the son of a bitch that has something to prove. I forget it again and again, no matter how hard I try. I'll spend extra hours at the office for something or another, to have favorable stocks, to take care of a debt, something. Sometimes I'll even bring work home if I haven't gone to drink and destroy my liver. I'll flaunt the riches, some of which aren't even rightfully mine in the first place, and lord myself over everyone else because I fucking deserve it. Because that's how I prove myself. When I don't even have to prove myself to Hannah. Sometimes I wonder, had we met under different circumstances, had I grown up a different way, would all of this be any better? Would we be any happier?
Good night, my sunshine.
Now there's a thought. Oh, that's such a sweet picture. Fuck. After what seemed to be a seizure, Johannes found the couple in the kitchen and helped usher the weak woman to the master's bedroom. Luke elected to stay with Hannah today to care for her, singing of a lullaby until sleep came over them both. Oh, that was actually a really sweet fucking scene. Oh my god. That was actually a really sweet scene. Oh my god. I'm like I actually have that feeling in my eyes where it's like I'm wanting to cry. Oh, that was so sweet.
Mommy, what happened? You were wiggling and shaking, and you wouldn't stop even if I was shouting.
Okay, so now we're at Luke's childhood again.
I'm so sorry I shouted at you, Mommy.
Shh, don't cry. My little ball of sunshine's not supposed to cry, is he?
That's Marianne's voice, just without the accent.
Don't you worry. Mommy is just a little sick, but she'll get better. I've got a new job now, and I can get medicine again, okay? And we'll buy some bread pudding, too, while we're at it.
Please don't do that again, Mommy. It's scary.
It's okay. I'm here. You've got nothing to fear. But you have to be brave, too, Lucille. Even when I'm not around. Be brave.
Alright, no, this isn't new. I choke back a scream and wake up in a cold sweat. Alright. God. I still... God, this is... I'm not gonna lie, this is one of my favorite scenes. Like, that really helped to humanize Luke and all that. The fact that he just loves Hannah so much. You know, and just, you know... I just wish we could have gotten it, like, the first or second run-through. Or at the very least, the last one, where it's like... I mean, granted, we did get some of that in the second run-through, but... I guess because he was still so, like, hurt by the fact that... You know, she was divorced, that she was wanting to break up with him, that he just, like, it just didn't really, like, those feelings kind of just, you know, went away. But with this, it's like, you know, him realizing just, like, how much, like, he has done wrong by her, and the fact that she's still willing to give him a chance, even after knowing that he cheated on her. It's like, I think to him, that was kind of like a, oh, fuck. I have done nothing but fuck with this woman, and yet she is still giving me a second chance. Like, I need to do right by her, not only for her, but for our children. Like, damn, man, that's the shit that we need. Okay, so this is so this is when Zach is, like, here, I guess. But the only horror here is the news Hannah has brought forth yesterday and the very idea of me being a father. Alright, that's not new. My wife is pregnant, bloody bollocks! My wife is pregnant, goddammit! Alright. In the meantime, the bigger problem at hand. Oh! It's on a whim that I've chosen to cook! Is he actually doing nice things for Hannah? Sure, I have a lot of other things I could have done instead, but cooking distracts me, and I do find it relaxing on the rare occasion I step up to the task. Aw, he did cook for her! On the tray, 2 plates of roti? Paired with spicy beans, boiled eggs, hash browns and bacon topped off with peppers, courgettes, and akis. However you pronounce these. I can't get back to sleep after my abrupt awakening earlier. Although I did think about drinking to get some 40 winks, I've changed my mind at the reminder that my very pregnant wife is sick in bed. God, he really needed that pregnancy in order to remind him, by the way, you should be a better person to your wife. I love my alcohol, no doubt, but there are times when even I shouldn't drink. As it is, I'm running on nothing but 2 cups of coffee. The surprise on Hannah's face is apparent the moment I step into our bedroom holding a breakfast tray. But it quickly changes to a look of delight as I place the tray on the bed.
Good morning. What's all this then? Oh, that does smell good.
I made breakfast. In hindsight, I probably should have prepared something a lot healthier for you.
Oh, let her be.
Oh, don't you fuss. This is absolutely perfect. A little grease isn't going to kill me. Feels like forever since I last had your cooking.
I don't see what you're so enthusiastic for. I'm no master chef. I won't be too mad if you tell Johans to cook something else for you. That just means more for me, of course.
I can't wipe the grin off my face when Hannah takes a bite and looks like she's enjoying what I've made. Well, it's probably because, you know, it's made with your love. I mean, I feel like I feel like even like if you had like a master chef make your favorite meal for you, it doesn't quite beat the taste when someone that you love does it, cooks it. You know what I mean? It would be a lie to say I'm not glad or proud that I can make her happy. Though perhaps I haven't been able to do that as of late. But Hannah needs me now, and that counts for something, doesn't it?
Oh, I don't think I can finish this all. But I should, shouldn't I? After all, I am eating for 3.
Yeah, I feel a terrible pit in my stomach at the reminder. I try to fill said pit with food anyway. But bloody hell, I don't think I'm ready to raise a child, let alone 2 of them. There's nothing else that can be done other than to steel myself for fatherhood.
Speaking of you 3, what did Dr. Hobbs say? How are you and the babies?
The physician took some of my blood. I'll go through some other tests tomorrow to make sure we're fine. I know how you hate hospitals, so I asked Johans to drive me there. That way you can have some alone time with Kylie too.
Admit it, you just want to leave me alone with a little tyke without any backup.
Don't be like that. You'll do fine, I'm
Her
sure.
fairy godfather.
And she'll love spending the day with her fairy godfather.
Of course, I could just look at it like it's practice. I do want to be a good father, right? Not like my own. Though I don't think any practice in being a parent would have helped him. He hadn't cared about the son he sired until he learned that he was ill and wasn't long for this world. And even when he did find me, he still cared little. I definitely do not want to be like Damien Wright. Ooh, I'm just worried about you. I'm just worried about the children. What do I want to say here? How's my relationship with her? I'm just worried about you. I'm just worried about the children. What do I want to say? Let me see. I want to say this.
I'm just worried about the children, Hannah. I know you can take care of yourself just fine. You're one tough cookie.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I was like thinking to myself, like, I know that I feel like the obvious answer is like, you know, oh, I'm worried about you, honey, but it's like, no, I think it's probably better to care for the children. I mean, and I think it would be appreciated if he was honest with her about his concerns with parenthood. Like, here, you know, because obviously, like, you know, it seems like they hadn't really talked about having kids before this, and now it's like, now that it's here and you can't really do anything about it, it's like, well, we're gonna have to talk about it now. And to be fair to any parents, to any upcoming parents and all that about ready to have their first child, there's absolutely nothing wrong with expressing your doubts over being a good parent. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, parenting is hard, and I can definitely understand that it's probably that if you're like Luke, right, where he didn't really have a good parental figure in his life. I mean, yeah, there was his mother, but from what we know of her, like, while she was trying to do the best in her circumstances, she wasn't exactly like role model material. Again, I'm not saying she was a bad parent, I'm just putting that out there. But but considering, he didn't have a good father, it's like, he doesn't really have that good reference point for a father. So of course he's probably worried, like, what if I fuck up my kids? And that's perfectly fine. It is perfectly fine. It is perfectly normal to feel really doubtful on whether or not you can be a good parent. But I feel like if you express that to your partner, it's like, remember that, your partner's probably just as worried, if not more so, about being good parents, because, because this is scary, and that's alright to be scared. Just, but just try your best,
Look at you, already becoming a great father. One day, when the kids are all grown up, I'll tell them the story of how their dad is being a great big worrywart. Just leave being pregnant to me, alright?
My hand moves to Hannah's stomach, which has yet to grow too much beyond its usual size. There's some pudge hidden well beneath her dresses. I'm half expecting to feel something, perhaps a kick. I don't know if 3 months is there yet. They always talk about how that sensation cements everything, proof of life that goes beyond a growing belly. But of course, it's far too early for that. Yeah, it's too early.
I still can't believe it, I didn't think it would ever happen. We're going to have kids.
A shame. I certainly need grounding. It would help me get my head around what's going on.
How are you feeling about all of this?
Petrified. I don't know how I feel, actually. Worry is the first thing to come to mind, and I don't think I'll ever stop feeling that. Fair. That's what brought this on, isn't it? And it would be awful of me to say that I'm not happy at the news. Excited, even. But that all didn't stop me from feeling the same fear I had from when Hannah first told me of this. I was so afraid. Still am. I never gave thought into being a father until now. But I'm already afraid for them, their safety, and the world they would find themselves born into. I'm afraid for them because of me, the bastard who will be their father. Oh, right, that's actually a good point, because he's a crime lord, in a way. He's a criminal. And it's like, he's already afraid of, of his activities bringing, going after Hannah, involving her in some way. But now they're kids? Oh, Jesus. The only consolation that comes to mind is the fact that they'll have someone like Hannah as their mother. Like I told Miss Pink, I never wanted to spawn anything. Though I truly didn't mean to call a child, even an unborn one, an abomination. Of all the people in this room, I'm the one closest to being a monster, after all.
I'm alright. You're good, so I don't see why I shouldn't be. I'm not the one carrying a pair of brats around in my belly, am I? Just think about it. 2 tiny humans are inside of you and you're going to swell up like a watermelon. If you can get through this, so can I.
I mean, I guess that's a reassurance, if any. I'm afraid. But the smile that Hannah gives me is enough for me to believe that everything will be fine. We eat the rest of our meal in companionable silence. And if I shovel some food off my plate onto Hannah, she makes no comment on it. Aw.
Come on then, sunshine. Eat up. Can't have any of you starving on my watch now, can I?
He's being such... What the fuck? Where was this side of him where was the side of him 2 runs ago? I say it in a joking manner, but I am entirely serious about making sure they didn't starve in every sense of the word. Yeah. I know it's an impossibility to be lacking when it comes to food, with how well off we are. But there are other things a person can be starved of. Affection. Attention. I could probably think about a third word that starts with the letter A, but I digress. Soon enough, our plates are clear and I put them away. There's no objection to it either, as a quiet yawn escapes her lips and her eyes start to droop. Indeed, the urge to sleep is high after having a full meal and with an inviting bed. But sleep isn't what I want or need right now. Come Sunday morning, Luke continued caring for his sick wife, going as far as preparing breakfast for her, putting a smile on Hannah's face. Even more when he admitted worrying about their children's well-being. When sleep had taken her once again, he simply left her to rest. I actually do not want to kill Luke off now. Because I'm afraid if I do, that's not gonna end up well. I'm quiet as I can be when I make my exit, tray of food in one hand. Which I'm quick to pass off to Johannes as soon as I see him. Right.
Johannes, look after her. I just need to get out.
Stretch my legs, clear my mind, think. I don't think having screaming, crying babies will give me much time for that once Hannah gives birth.
Is everything all right? Should I be worried?
Everything is good. Really. Best I've ever felt in quite some time, I think.
Well, I think that's cause for concern. Should I expect to find a corpse in need of cleanup?
That's actually really funny. I can only shake my head and grin, the deadpan delivery both amusing me and making me wonder if he's joking or not. It can easily be half and half. There has been an instance or two where that did happen. But I don't give him an answer, let him keep guessing, and step out for a breath of fresh air. Alright, so we did see this. Oh, Takako. Hello. And then, of course, scary shit. It was all pleasant. Alright. I'm gonna give him to Hannah. She's my wife. Alright. That fever, no matter how slight it is, can't be good for unborn children after all. Alright, that's not new. Hannah, on the other hand, is pregnant and will be away for most of the day. It's a small relief that Johannes will be with her.
Are there any updates about the woman?
Alright, that's not new. And thankfully, we don't have to worry about Zach's eyeballs. To think I might be doing it again soon. With Hannah's children. With our children. Kids of my own flesh and blood. In a few months' time, I'll be cradling them in my arms, hearing the rings of their laughter against my ears. It's a tender thing to think about. Aww. And despite myself, in spite of all the fears that I'll never be good enough for them, I'm actually looking forward to it.
Of course I didn't, you little rugrat. I just had to take care of something before you arrived.
Oh, that was actually really sweet. What the fuck? Where was this? Like, if you, like, where is this side for the rest of the game? Now we gotta get through this. Wait! Oh, this is new. My heart feels like it's seizing in my chest, like it's being squeezed and the pressure won't stop until it bursts. This is new.
Are you truly storming off over some hearsay? Be sensible.
The lady.
What you did, it is, there are no words.
Hearsay.
You bring disgrace to this family. This rotten noble standing in front of me is not the cousin I grew up with. This is not the lady I fell in love with. She would never do such unspeakable things, Charlotte!
I bring disgrace.
Oh.
I bring disgrace. I am not the idiot who's running off in the middle of the night. You promised, Edward. You gave me your word.
Edward.
Don't you dare turn your back on me. I swear to you, if you step 1 foot out of these lands, mark my words, Edward, I will.
What? What is it you swear? Will your men steal me away, defile me too like what you did to yourself?
Wait, what? What do you— wait. What do you mean by this? What do you mean by this? Sir, what do you mean by this? There's an undercurrent of fear. I'm in danger, my head screams at me. And there's hurt, a deep, burning shame I can feel on the woman's behalf. Looking at her on its own is a chore I cannot bear. One after the other, they come at me, an unending flood that threatens to sweep me away for what feels like an eternity. Each one, a show of both joy and suffering for those who have called this mansion their home. Each new scene is like a hammer to the head, threatening to crack my skull and split it in two. I can feel every little emotion in the blurry images that present itself in my head. Alright, and this is not new. What the hell? What does that mean, defile yourself? So it seems like it's only in Luke's path that we only really get what's the context behind those memory fragments, which I guess makes sense. And from where I stand at the top of the stairs, I can easily make out their forms, recognize them even. It's all gone crazy when these intruders came into my house. Alright, now we gotta skip through stuff. I'm no stranger to a cop playing dirty. The smart ones knew that neither life nor criminals are going to play fair. And if one of this man's sort is in on this, I'm not surprised, too. But Lily the estate agent? She doesn't seem the sort. And Daisy, too? What will Kylie think of her Miss Pink if the poor tyke finds out about this? To top it all off, they all have the nerve to look surprised when I announce my presence.
Well, what have we here? If I were any less sober, I'd say this is the beginning of a joke.
Bloody trespassers. What is wrong with these people? Did they really think I'd be fine with them walking into my home like this? What are they even doing in here? If I didn't know any better, they might also be behind Hannah's disappearance.
That's right, my love.
They must have a motive.
Make them pay.
And it better be a good one.
For all the wrong they've done to us.
Or a bullet to the head is the least all of them will deserve.
Let's see. A photographer, a high school teacher, and a real estate agent walk into a mansion.
A mansion. Thunder crackles once again, cutting me off. This time, its sound hits close enough that it nearly feels as if the windows and the ground itself are rumbling. All is deathly still for a moment. I don't let it stop me, however, as I slowly make my way towards them, taking one careful step at a time, relishing the expression of fear in their eyes. I suppose there's something ominous in this setting, with the heavy rain outside and the lack of light here. I kinda like it, to be honest. Adds something to the atmosphere. I suppose I must look like the villain now. But short of me getting close to them, a noise to my left distracts me, briefly halting my movements while curiosity takes over every murmur in my head. And it's a good thing perhaps that I did, because as soon as I look up, I see him. Another trespasser. Great. Just as he's about to jump down from furniture that has somehow ended up piled and blocking the door to the parlor. What happened there? And did he really think it's alright to do that in other people's houses? Lout.
Teach him, my lord. Put him in his place.
My hand's already moving before any rationale can stop me. Fingers firm at my gun when I finally release the safety from it and take aim. Not at him, but at his friends. They are his, aren't they? Why else would they be here together? Doesn't matter. He wouldn't let the people he cares about be harmed. My finger on the trigger is more than itching to shoot, but I hold back. Sure, I could have simply taken aim at him. But more than seeing him bleed, I want to see the expression on his face once he realizes everything he's doing is futile. He's trapped. Lives are in my hand. His life's in my hand.
Had I known there would be a party in my own home tonight, I would have opened a bloody bottle or two. People these days, in my own home. Can you believe it? I feel so left out.
I can tell the exact moment the realization dawns on him. A short second of his body freezing and blood draining from his face, as soon as his feet hits the floor and he looks up. He's already prey, trapped by his own recklessness.
Pathetic.
And really, Daisy, even you, what would Kylie say?
Luke, this isn't what you're thinking. You have to listen to us. There's something going on here.
Well, obviously, why else would people be trespassing in my home? What about little Lily over there, then? What's your excuse? Checking back if your clients are doing okay? Is that it? Is this what this is? Oh, we're doing good, by the way.
Sir, please.
Oh, please what?
Becca's right, sir. We need to get out of this place. You need to leave.
Tut, not a good enough excuse, darling. You people are the ones who need to get out of my sight. Don't worry. I might consider pressing lighter charges for the woman. Can't say the same for the rest of you. But really now, I swear the people of this city need to be taught the meaning of privacy. This is how you want to start the week. Why don't we just go with a bloody massacre if we want to surprise people in their homes, huh?
It's just a passing remark, of course. I'm not stupid enough to do something that will bring negative attention to myself. Alright, and that's not new. Alright, let me just gotta get through everything.
Hey, now you two, I'm sure we can all talk about this first.
Alright, and that's not new.
This is the second time this week, and I'm really getting weary of this little game. Did the NCA send you to apprehend me? Or has somebody paid you off to kill me?
That's not new. God damn it. Human or not, he's been trained, judging purely from his stance. For a minute, I thought that said I was on Isabel. I was like, what? Alright, so this is going to be a new thing. When the woman's expression turns into one of amusement and her laughter fills the air, I want to call her out on it. There's a rage simmering just beneath my skin. But my own scream dies down in my throat. All I'm able to muster is a pathetic croak. She laughs as if this is all some sick joke. My breathing becomes a bit too shallow for my liking. And I feel like I'm on a precipice where one wrong move can lead to someone dying. This is crazy. All of it.
Luke, help me, please. I can't.
And something in me snaps. There's a switch in my head that wants to go one way or the other. I have to... What the fuck you... What do you think, game? Fine, I'll fucking... What do you think? Like, what am I doing? Why am I even hesitating? I wouldn't go so far as to claim that I'm any sort of decent human being, but this is Hannah, my wife I'm talking about here. What sort of husband, what sort of father would I be if I just stood by idly while she was in danger? That doesn't change the fact that this is all fucking insane, of course. Having all these intruders is crazy. To think about going at this thing is crazy. I can hardly classify it as a person in my eyes. Perhaps a maggot that needs to be crushed under my shoe, just like the rest of this sorry lot. But a person? Hardly. But I care none for any of it. They don't matter. All that matters is that Hannah and my children are in danger. But cold pours over me, freezes me in place once more when I try to make demands. I have to take deep breaths, grit my teeth, and steel my fists to even find the courage to speak up.
Let go of her! Don't hurt her! Whatever it is you want! Just don't you dare hurt her!
And if my voice isn't as firm as I'd like, it doesn't matter. I'll beg and plead if I have to. On my knees, bend my fucking proud neck, and maybe even break it just to make sure she's safe. It's not her life alone that's in danger. Our children's lives are on the line. Even mine, perhaps. Because I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to Hannah. I'll plead for the woman who will be the mother of my children. The cold stillness is gone from my body, and my very skin feels like it's on fire. And I have to shout, scream at her when Hannah continues to cry out in pain.
What do you want? Money? Is that it? I give you however much you want.
Luke, please make it stop. I want it to stop.
Just stop whatever it is you're doing to her. Can't you see she's hurting?
I can't stand for this.
Let go of her! Now!
I say it with such ridiculous conviction. And of course, she won't listen. Why would she? She has the upper hand here. There's no reason for her to do as I ask. But her voice is but a whisper and deathly slow, and I'm hard-pressed to hear it over the pounding of my heart in my ears. She speaks, the woman from the gardens and the servant girl from the ballroom, from the hallucination, vision, memories, whatever they were. A hush settles over the room as we listen.
Do you really wish to be with her?
There are no second thoughts.
More than anything. So please, let her go.
Though her expression doesn't change, I have this most awful feeling that it wasn't the answer she was looking for. I can see how the woman's fingers tighten around Hannah's throat, hear the hitch in her breath, and I fear that I've made the worst decision in speaking out. I didn't think she'd listen. Yet she does. Okay. I was actually kind of afraid. I was like, uh-oh. Oh, Jesus. Angered, Luke demanded for Hannah's release from the woman. Although the woman eventually released his wife, there was anger and contempt on her face. All of a sudden, the whole house shifted. In a blink, blood and gore was everywhere. Alright. A hand on Hannah's back sent her falling down the stairs. I moved to catch her, and that sends us both sprawling at the foot of the stairs. With my back to the ground and her on top of me, the pain doesn't even register in my head. All I can worry about is Hannah and the baby's well-being as I pull the both of us off the ground and away from the stairs. Away from her.
Are you alright, Hannah? Are you hurt?
It takes much too long for my liking before she speaks. All she's able to do for a moment is whimper in pain, a hand to her throat. And when she does manage to speak, her voice is far too faint along with the hold she has on my arm. It's terrifying to see her like this, and to think I nearly lost her.
We are fine, Luke. I'm sorry. Just
For a moment, we forget. But...
You deserve each other.
Alright, this is new. Wait, is it? Let me check. No, it's actually not. Okay, that's fair. Just hearing her voice triggers something in Hannah, and she starts to tear up. Her face contorts into one of pain and fear. But I grab her by the shoulders to keep her in place so that she can see me and only me. And so that I can only see her, too.
Look at me, Hannah. Look, I'm here. You're safe. I won't let her hurt you again. You understand? Just breathe.
I don't know exactly what in bloody hell is going on, yet I can't find it in me to care. Whoever these people are and whatever they're here for, these are not acceptable conditions for a pregnant woman. Oh, okay. Alright, and that's not new. Whoops, I meant to do that. Oh boy. Gonna have to skip. God, we're still not on this route yet. Where the hell do I have to, what the hell do I have to do to get on that one route there? It's a slow thing. A whisper more than a bang as the darkness creeps into every corner of the room. The walls shudder and groan. Blood runs from the ceiling, crawls down the walls and stains the floor. It feels as if life itself is being sucked from the house, slowly but surely. The beauty of the place is gone, with only the dead, decaying remains of a mansion left in its wake. I don't have to wonder if it's just a foyer that's become this nightmarish place. I can already hear it. Gone is the growling of thunder and the lashings of rain and wind against the foyer's high windows. All of it has been replaced by a more grating sound. A cacophony of voices from nowhere and everywhere echoing throughout the now horrid walls. Voices that neither belong to us nor the people who live here.
What's going on?
All throughout the house, shouts of alarm and surprise ring out, a mirror to the horror creeping up in each of us. Who wouldn't be shocked? This is insane. Even Daisy, feisty woman that she is, trembles at the sight of it, clinging desperately to Lily while steel and feathers stand protectively in front of the two. Brave of them, I have to admit, to put themselves on the front line like that. Though it doesn't necessarily mean they don't feel the same fear as the rest of us. Something I don't blame them for. There seems to be no end in sight to this insanity. If anything, this only feels like it's the beginning of the end.
Help me! Oh my god! Please, somebody! Anybody! Who are you? Stay away! No. Stay away! Stay away!
Mother of God, pray for us sinners.
That's Marianne. Their screams fill the mansion. She laughs all the while, a harsh, agonizing sound that goes on for what feels like forever. Until there's nothing but silence, her horrid smile and pale hands reaching out to me. Calling, beckoning, pleading. I'm terrified. I really am, like I should be. But I've never been one to truly stay afraid. I've long learned that fear won't get me anywhere. Cowering in a corner doesn't keep me safe, and it won't keep me alive. Not like rage does. I've learned to use this burning hate inside of me to survive. There's no difference now.
Stay away from me!
Why do you wish to leave? This is where you belong, my lord. Remember the blood we share? This is your home.
The blood we So this is Charlotte.
Don't you remember? You promised to return, to stay
This is Charlotte speaking.
together with me. What is she talking about, Luke? What does she mean?
Don't listen to her, she lies. I promised no such thing to anyone. Hannah, you're the one who bought this house. How should I know what she's babbling about? I never even wanted to be here in the first place.
A terrible case of mistaken identity. That must be it. I'm quite sure of it. I don't know this woman, this monster. Why would I say that to someone like her? In my entire lifetime, I've only made and kept sincere promises to a mere two people. Hannah Evans and Eleanor Chandler. No one else. The rest of those who claim I've promised anything to them can go fuck themselves. Bloody hell, I may enjoy the company of women, but I'm not an idiot to start spouting such nonsense to anyone. A line must be drawn, especially if I'm to keep myself alive. Yet she still goes on, insists, making me appear a liar in front of these people.
Of course you still deny it. Have you truly forgotten? You haven't changed, I see. Still a deceiver.
She's lying!
You see, my love, nothing has changed. Still no difference, you and I. Just like the rest of us. Just like every single soul in this putrid wreck. We've waited for so long. You can hear them, yes? Their pleas, their calls, their invitation. Come, my lord. The house seeks its master.
She, the monster, reaches out again, her hands a gory, abhorrent sight, along with a smile spread across her face. My body's already moving on instinct. Stumbling back, one step at a time in a desperate bid to be away from her. Anything to put distance between me and this vile creature. No matter what she says, I'm nothing like her. I need to get out of this house. Out of this country, preferably. Take Hannah with me. We could start a new life out of this dreadful city. Start a family. There's nothing for us here. Her parents were long gone. Nothing to keep us tied to this place. Strachan has likely been taken by this woman, and he's not what binds me to this wretched city. I only need Hannah. We can leave. We can...
Careful, Luke.
My foot steps on something, sending me sliding on my back and flat on the floor. Beside me, a paper, familiar one, flutters down. It's this thing again from the open house. Though it feels less like a gimmick and more like a threat, what with recent events. It must have fallen from one of the peasants in the commotion earlier. For a moment they appeared conflicted to see it in my hands, but wisely keep their opinions to themselves. Leaving the damn thing to simply bear its grisly message for everyone in the room to see. Help me. Help me. Help me. Is this it? What they've been telling us? Why everything in my life has gone to shite? Because of some stupid old letter? An invitation indeed. One I'm not willing to accept. Not anytime. Not any time. From the top of the stairs, the creature moves again, drawing my attention back to her. Her gait remains slow and awkward as she walks forward, that smile never leaving her. But I won't give her the chance. I'm not dying here. I'm certainly not giving myself up to a hideous creature like her, either. Adrenaline kicks in, and despite panic gasps and worried glances from Daisy's friends, I pay them no mind as I reach for the main door and... Without warning, it slams open, revealing not the mansion grounds like I'm expecting. Before my mind can even comprehend what's happening, black tendrils have already coiled tightly around my limbs, dragging every person in the foyer into the room. None of us even get to scream when darkness completely envelops us upon the doors closing.
Understand where your place is now, my love. You belong here. Is it so difficult to grasp? We've been waiting.
There's a moment of panic when the feeling of the tendrils around my limbs finally dissipates. As soon as my eyes adjust to the darkness of the room and I'm on my feet, I'm reaching for the knife and holding it out, watching, waiting for every movement, using it as a way to put distance between me and these peasants. Who knows what they'll do now? We're all desperate to get out of this house. There's only 6 of us in this room. 4 of them friends at that. I can't trust these people not to turn on me. Bloody hell, even Hannah's giving me the same looks as them now. I can't trust anyone. Not anymore. Not after this. Despite the pleading looks Lily shoots my way while they all huddle in the corner behind steel and feathers. But I have to remind myself that even people like her are capable of doing the unpleasant. She's only human after all. It's never an excuse. Why, even Hannah has her cunning manipulative moments, though she does it much subtler than I. Why else would Lily show this letter to us that day if not to save herself? I guess that backfired on her now that she and her own friends are also stuck here. Still, I have every right to be livid. Everything. Everything that I've built has fallen apart. All because these people came into our lives.
You! All of you!
Here we go again.
This is all your fault! If I'm dying to this bloody case, I'm taking you all down with me!
There is something really interesting to hear how his accent just gets, like, super, like, if I'm dying to this bloody curse! Like, really cockney.
Put that knife down, Lucille.
Oh! Thanks, dear.
Hey now, Mr. Wright. I know the situation ain't good, but we have to calm down. We're all in the same boat here.
You shut your mouth! If it weren't for you, for this letter, for all of you, none of this would have happened!
And blaming everyone in this room isn't going to get us out of this place. Please put that knife down, darling. You might hurt yourself.
Are you taking their side? You're also stuck in this nightmare, Buttercup! What about the children? Aren't you the least bit worried about them? That creature is out to get us, and you're still defending these people!
I'm not defending anyone, Luke. I'm just trying to be reasonable when you're clearly not.
Oh, of course you're not. You're just the one who bought this bloody mansion to begin with. If I didn't know any better, you did this on purpose!
Why, no. Why would I ever do that? This was only meant to be an anniversary gift. For you. For us. For the family we're going to have.
Right, anniversary gift. Oh, here's your gift, darling. Oh, by the way, there's a curse included in that package. I hope that's all right. Are you really that eager to get rid of me, Hannah? Because if that's what you've been meaning to do all this time,
We're gonna
you
get
might
a
as well
punch
just
again.
Put a knife in my back while I'm...
Suddenly, Hannah steps up and slaps the knife away from my hand. Said knife slides uselessly under the table, out of my reach. Before my mind registers what's happening, a sharp blow explodes in the side of my head, sending me reeling backwards. Yay! We still got him assaulted. Listen, I don't fucking blame her for this. It's like, god damn it, I'm pregnant, I don't need this shit. She merely stands before me afterwards, without even batting an eye, glaring at me as if she might just rip my head off in this instant. Sometimes I forget.
Don't you dare, Luke. Don't you dare imply I've ever thought of you that way.
That Hannah is never the weak woman I believed her to be. How did I come to think of her as such? She used to be someone I could look up to, wasn't she? When you look at her now, the way she stands tall facing a man like me, the same way she has done so all those years ago, I can't help but think, am I not responsible for taking that part of herself away from her? Enjoy your time as Mrs. Luke Wright. What a bunch of shite. Realizing this, I can only look away when she reaches up and places a hand on my face. Gone is the anger, and only a soft smile remains while she looks at me with a shine in her eyes. The 7 years we've been together, I've only been nothing but a piece of shite to her. Yet here she is, still smiling at me the way she's done so many years ago. It's impossible not to feel like complete and utter trash like this. She has an uncanny way of doing that to me, really. Especially when she takes my hand in hers and places it right on her tummy. Right where 2 tiny babies are still growing. Ours.
Love, look at me. We've already talked about this. If we are still going to do this, it has to be the 2 of us. I will stay with you, but things are going to have to change if we want this to work.
Are we really having this talk right now?
We can't keep doubting each other like this.
Not until we find a way out of here.
I'm sure we can. Maybe they know something we don't.
You're going to rely on them for that? These peasants who brought this on us?
Keep talking about us like that, and see if any of us here will keep you out of this place.
Rebecca, stop! All of you, stop this!
To hear Lily speak out loud, I can't say I'm not surprised. She's always given me the impression of someone so meek from the moment I've met her, either from her inexperience or her station in life. She's never struck me as someone fitting to be a real estate agent. Until now. Quietly, she puts herself between me and Daisy, cutting whatever scathing words we've yet to hurl at the other. The way she glares at me, it reminds me a little of the way my own mum would look at me. Particularly when I've done something wrong. And it's not a stare she's unused to showing. She's done this before, probably to a younger sibling. Huh. If she only sees us now as a pair of squabbling kids and not 2 mature adults, well, that's only to be expected. No doubt that's how she sees us. For a long moment, there's only silence in the room. Steel, the big oaf, doesn't even dare break it. Neither does Feathers. With both merely watching us. Bunch of wimps, these men. Not that it matters when Lily starts speaking again, after some of the anger and tension is lifted from the room.
Stop this, please! With or without that damn piece of paper, we...
A deep breath. An exhale. And then she closes her eyes, a crease forming between her eyebrows while she grips her hand tightly in front of her.
We still would have ended up in this mess.
The atmosphere that descends into the room right after that. Admission is anything but pleasant. Can I call it that? An admission? It seems like it from the way her eyes nervously flick between her friends and I. She appears to know more than she lets on, and how she makes herself appear smaller after dropping that bomb on us doesn't sit quite well with me. And patience is something I don't have the luxury of having right now and bestowing upon other people. What else does this girl know? What else is she not telling us? Because from the looks of this, even her friends have no idea what she's talking about. Unwilling to wait, I grab her arm before she retreats without explanation, waving the letter still in my hand in front of her.
Ow! Sir, you're hurting me!
That's not a good idea.
Hey, hands off her, right? Fuck off, Feathers. I have questions for your friend, and she better have the answers.
I kind of like that delivery on "fuck off, Feathers." There was just like, "Fuck off, all right? I need to get questions. I need answers."
Luke, will you stop taking it out on every single person?
Your friend is hiding something, Daisy.
She struggles for a moment, but my hold eventually forces her to look up at me. Fear and uncertainty spread across her features, especially when her eyes land on the damn paper. As much as I want to be considerate right now, I want answers.
What do you mean, Lily?
I'm not sure about it.
Don't give me that, you know something!
Ow! Please, sir. I know the paper's useless, okay? Those people they mentioned in the news lately, all those who died, my co-workers, the open house clients, none of them had seen it, even Rose, and yet they're all dead. I should know, sir. That letter has been with me since I picked it up. And I swear I didn't make copies of this thing. Even if I wanted to save myself, I wouldn't do that to my friends. Or anyone.
Is that what the trip to BRC was for?
Yes, I'm sorry. I couldn't tell you guys until I was certain. None of you believed me the first time. I had to find proof.
And yet we're all here! Are you taking me for a fool, Lily?
We would have ended up here either way. Maybe? I really don't know. Sir, please. All I know is that paper isn't the reason why all of this is happening. There's something else that...
This place.
Steele has been quiet this entire time, that the sound of him talking, however whispered it is, still manages to catch us all off guard. We all pause, turning to him with likely the same questions in our eyes.
What?
Oh, I just thought, I mean, it's a straight thought, don't take my word for it.
No, it might be something. What about this place, Zach?
There's still a moment where he hesitates, but Lily's urging eventually spurs him into speaking.
I was just thinking, maybe Ash is right for why he went here. This is where Bella found that thing, right? And then this.
It was just a hunch, Zach. We were not getting anywhere. But just because we went here doesn't mean we will find all the answers we need here. Hell, now we're stuck here.
Regardless, Steele pauses, allows Lily to remember. Soon enough, whatever it is dawns on her, and her face lights up with something like hope? Of all things? In this nightmare? Hope? Her head snaps up and she reaches for Steele's arm to give it a squeeze. A reassurance or a confirmation? The meaning is lost, even to Daisy, who glances at them, baffled.
Belle, what are you... Becca, it's this place. Think about it.
What? You mean, like, burn this place down?
What? No? We are not burning a multi-million-pound mansion, you peasants! I just spent a fortune on this!
Bitch, I will give you the option!
Seriously, Luke. Are you really more worried about that?
Yeah, right?
Buttercup, marching, millions. It's gonna take years getting all that money back.
Well, you certainly won't be getting any of that money if you're dead. Really, Luke? Is that more important than your life?
Bloody fucking hell! Not only do I have trespassers on my property, but they're also arsonists!
How dare they suggest something like that? Bloody peasants! My head's already aching just listening to them. To think this is all the solutions they can come up with. I should have just stabbed all of them and made a run for it. It doesn't help that with each second we spend talking here, the crazier this whole place gets. Let's see. Okay. This is just funny to me, man. The voices have become louder and somehow sounding more vicious. If the things in this room start floating, mark my words, I will fucking flip out. And they may not be thinking of it right now, but eventually, they'll turn on me. Such is the nature of humans. Better find a way out of this place as soon as possible if I want to stay alive. Fuck, I still have so much to do! Our only choice doesn't seem sound, but who knows? We don't understand a shite about this place. Might as well try everything, yeah? Whatever works. If I also have to be the one to make that bloody decision, so be it. Less room for errors, with the only sane one doing the thinking. On the off chance I'm wrong, well, they suggested it! I'm going to regret this, I will. But with these cries growing louder, this has become the easiest decision I've ever made. I'm getting tired of hearing her sobbing, really. It's just irritating. Isn't she getting tired of it? Besides, someone has to act fast, think fast, and what else is the root cause of our problems but this place where the letter was found? No need to make things more complicated. It started here, why won't it end here? If what Lily has said is true, then there's all the more reason to destroy it. Put an end to this madness before someone thinks of putting this blasted place up on the market. When I get out of this place, I swear I'm suing a bunch of people. Run that estate company to the ground if need be. We spent millions, damn it! Millions! With a sigh and perhaps a heavy heart, I open one of the drawers on my study table. Taking a bottle of liquor out for myself, then passing it on to every occupant in the room. They accept it, but not without a look of protest or a confused glance my way. It does shut them all up, so maybe I've done something good.
Look, this isn't the time!
Just like we need to get drunk! Even more when I pop the cork off the bottle and pour its contents on the floor.
Well, what are you simpletons waiting for?
Drop the shit! We waste no time dousing the whole room, the smell of alcohol filling the air. If I didn't know any better, I'd say they're more than eager to set this whole place on fire. And the blaze catches easily in this room when I set it alight, using the blast of paper as kindling. With the whole place drenched with wine and all manner of things alcoholic I've been hiding from Hannah, the small fire soon turns into an inferno. In a matter of seconds, we're out the door. Oh, shit. Oh, dear. This isn't good. Come on. Alright, fuck this. Oh, this is a long line. Oh my god, this is a long line. Jesus Christ, this is a long line. Okay, so this is something I've read before then. Pour the shit!
How many of these things do you keep in this house?
Ash is like, how much do you drink, my guy?
I always have a few bottles in the bedroom, you know, the parlor and the dining room.
You have problems.
Well, isn't this the time to discuss them?
Turns out it'll be useful now. That was such a funny way of going about it. Epilogue! Alright. Alright, this is it. Let's see what's different. Alright, I want to check the fucking things here. Alright, Ashton's a little bit high. Like the flames that engulfed the mansion that night, whispers quickly spread across Luxborn City after the incident. Officers who investigated it have simply deemed it an unfortunate accident, resulting in the deaths of innocent lives. Regardless of the truth, Luke Wright files criminal charges against Briar Realty Corporation after, for undisclosed reasons to the public, forcing the latter to declare bankruptcy. A move that has merely stoked the rumors further. But for those who still believe in the stories of the old and those who know the truth, it is but a testament to the curse and the secrets the Ermengarde mansion has hidden for centuries. If there will come a time when those will finally be revealed, only the ashes of the now ruined mansion know. However, on nights when the wind howls and thunder booms across the sky, some still claim hearing of voices where it once stood. Of cries and wails that fill the nights, and desperate calls of help for anyone who dares listen. As for those who once tread its halls... Aww! His pride and joy. Oh, this is so cute! What the heck? This is so cute! Despite their problems, Luke and Hannah Wright managed to salvage their 7-year marriage. Not without its fair share of challenges, of course, especially for Luke. But for the sake of their children, he tries. Although the man still fears fatherhood, fears fatherhood, afraid of becoming like his father was to him. However, with a little help from Hannah, he eventually comes around, especially when the twins are born. He's still far from being a good father. He thinks he'll never be. There are parts of him that will always remain unpleasant and will exasperate Hannah to no end. But even someone like him sees the joy in this, in having a family. This is so cute! What the heck? For the first time in a long while, he admits he's content. They're happy. With help from family and friends, Zachary Steele is soon able to open a photography studio of his own. Something he has only dreamed of having as a child. Although he still hopes to get back to making indie films someday, client work and small projects has kept him mostly busy. Hectic as it may be, he can only be glad for the amount of work pouring in. It has made moving on from the incident in the Ermengarde mansion easier, if not faster. But while there are still nightmares, with support from his family, his doctor, and his own drive, the dark images have finally turned into pleasant dreams. He's aware he won't ever truly forget, but he's no longer running away. At times, when he's not busy or after a hard day's work, he thinks there's another story for the big screen to be told in that. An idea he may soon turn into a reality once his time affords it. Ah! So sweet! Unknown to many, Hannah! Oh, she helped him! Oh, that's so cool! Unknown to many, Hannah Wright has also played a huge role in getting Zach's new studio up and running. Are those the kids? But for all of the latter's efforts to try and thank the woman, she insists keeping her investment a secret as she merely wishes to help out. Having been impressed by his skills in the field during the brief time they've worked together. A working relationship that continues to this day, as he's the only photographer she seeks at every single event she hosts, whether it's a simple social gathering or a company party. Beyond work, they also remain close friends to this day, marked by frequent visits to his studio or casual talks over lunch or dinner. A friendship that seems to only grow in time, especially after her children were born, who have become especially fond of the man. Aww! Both have never directly answered what the real case may be. But it's clear Hannah trusts the photographer enough to place her children in his care every time she and Luke Wright leave the city for business. Although her husband's relationship with Zach is still lukewarm at best, despite her hopes, through the years he has learned to wisely keep his opinions to himself. Perhaps out of respect to his wife and her close friend. In the months that follow, Rebecca Gales becomes a prominent researcher within Luxbourne's major academic circles, especially after writing what she has discovered about Anselm Village and the Ermengarde mansion. With help from Professor Andrew Clark, she is soon able to secure funding to continue her research, presenting her findings yearly at local and international symposiums. Now, at the tail end of her current study, she hopes to publish her first book, correcting all inaccuracies in the city's current history. A move supported by both colleagues, students, and friends alike. Though she knows she still has a long way to go before she can even begin to change people's minds about it, Professor Clark has warned her as such, she perseveres. Doing it not for herself, but for the sake of a history the future generation must never forget. Aww! No matter how disturbing her experience with the curse may have been, she remains the worrywart she has always been. Even after what she has seen, she continues to fret over people she cares about, sometimes much to their frustration or embarrassment. But if there's one thing that has shifted, it's her relationship with the people in their little group, particularly with Zachary Steele. In fact, on numerous occasions, she's been spotted dropping by his new studio, bringing the man food on days when he's swamped with work. They also seem to have grown more comfortable around each other than before. Maybe it's born out of their shared experience. Or maybe the way they see each other has simply changed naturally, due to the years they've known each other. Regardless of the whys, it's a change the man welcomes and appreciates. In turn, he strives to return her kind gestures whenever he can. For all the horrors they've seen, who would have thought something good would come out of it? Yay! Oh, thank God. Okay, good. Good. Although not seen as frequently with his friends recently due to work, when Ashton Frey finds the time, he sometimes helps out Rebecca with her research. Mostly just to help her bring research materials. Despite Rebecca's old feelings for the man, they remain good friends to this day. She never brings it up again after the night of her confession. Once is enough. While she still cares for Ashton as a dear friend, it's clear she has already moved on from her childhood crush. Finally accepting it as a part of her life that has already gone by, much like everything that has changed between them. And with this acceptance comes a more selfless person who genuinely cares for her friends, beyond any selfish feelings she used to cling to. Looking back at it now, she recognizes that how things played out is certainly for the better. Not only for others, but also for herself. Amidst her struggles, Rebecca finds an unlikely companion in Luke Wright. While being a father has kept him busy nowadays, he still manages to make time for his goddaughter, Kylie Suarez, though the man still won't admit it when asked. Rebecca still regards the man as insufferable. She doubts it'll ever change. But after all she has seen, much as she denies it, she now considers his presence the closest thing she has to comfort. A similar sentiment the businessman seems to hold, even confiding in the woman of his own problems and fears, things he couldn't voice out to his wife. Their friendship may be awkward at best, but with the grim reality of death having once shadowed over the two of them, it's something they eventually grow fond of in time. With her newfound courage, Isabella Santos finally chooses to pursue what she really wants for herself. Having made enough to keep her family afloat for a few years and with their blessing, she quits her job at Briar Realty Corporation and takes the scholarship offer from the local university. Though remarkably out of practice and unsure if she'll be able to keep up by the time she returns to university, she finds her feet soon enough with help from people close to her. And with her confidence in her skills growing, so do the number of people recognizing her and her work. It doesn't take long for several award-giving bodies to take notice of her. For all her accomplishments, however, she has never truly forgotten what happened at the Ermengarde mansion. The images still remain in her, and on particularly unpleasant nights, terrors continue to visit her dreams. She knows these won't ever disappear from her life. It's become a part of her in the same way death is permanently taken from her. However, she's no longer afraid. And with a brave face, she carries on, earnestly wishing that someday she'll be able to paint brighter, more vivid thoughts on her canvas. An honest portrayal of life and hope amidst the fear. Shortly after accepting the scholarship grant from Luxbourne University, Isabella moves from Salem Low residences in favor of staying in a dorm close to her campus. Although Rebecca Gale's quick to offer assistance for the move, she does admit she'll be missing her neighbor for more than 5 years. When all is said and done, she's become fonder of the girl over the years, and with their shared experience over the curse, they have only grown closer. Isabella leaves the promise to visit every once in a while. And even though she still jokingly complains about Rebecca's bossy attitude, she confesses that she also misses the woman's fussing. After all, in a place miles away from her real family, Rebecca's still the closest thing she has to a sister. More than a year later, once everything in their respective lives have settled, Zachary Steele and Isabella Santos finally hold their first exhibit together. A project that has been in the making for almost 2 years after the photographer casually brought it up to the other artist. While merely intended as a small event, it has been surprisingly attended by several members of Luxbourne's upper class and art enthusiasts. Although only a few of the pieces have been meant for sale, the show has brought prominence to Zachary and Isabella's names in the city's art scene. It has since been followed by several other exhibits by the two, both in and out of the city. Currently, they are planning to hold their first show overseas. Yet, even with this unexpected, overwhelming fame, friendship between the two has remained strong. Theirs, after all, is a bond that goes beyond being mere partners in a small project. He is her family, as much as she is his. Following his success in bringing several major cases to a close, Ashton Frey receives a recommendation for transfer to Luxborn's lead agency against organized crimes. An endorsement eagerly backed by the newly appointed successor to the late Chief Inspector Lee, Abigail Harris. Knowing he'll have more resources, leeway, and a bigger chance at ultimately bringing Luke Wright to justice, Ashton Frey accepts. He still warns the people close to him against Wright and his associates, but only a friendly reminder now, more than anything. Though he does worry, he believes they're wise enough to know what they're doing and trusts their judgment. For now, he has decided to leave the evidence and the law to speak for itself and take care of the man once the proper time comes. Nowadays, police work and operations keep him busy, sometimes taking him away from the city he grew up in for days on end. A rare thing for him to enjoy once upon a time. Yet this time, he never loses his drive. Simply growing more determined after having finally found a clear purpose close to the rush and excitement he dreamed of as a child. Although Ashton still keeps mum about specific details of his work, his experience with the curse has slowly taught him how to open up. Especially to those who he knows that genuinely care for him. He still has a long way to go, he knows that, but for the sake of the people who are still with him, those who have chosen to stay, he hopes that there will come a day when he no longer has to hide behind his own lies. A day when he's no longer afraid of facing the truth in his own words. That face. On his days off, Ashton is usually seen loitering around Zachary Steele's studio, either to help him out on one of his pet projects or exasperating the other man on purpose. Either or, it's mostly the latter. At certain times, he'll volunteer to model for one of Zach's projects, in spite of the photographer's reassurances that it's not needed. Regardless, Ashton insists, before complaining how meticulous the whole process is hours later, to Zach's utter amusement. Though sometimes they may get into small, trivial arguments, things have stayed cordial between the two. If anything, the ordeal they've both gone through has merely strengthened a friendship the detective didn't expect to find in anyone. Oh, heart song! After a bit of fumbling, of a few misses here and there, and moments of briefly allowing their uncertainties to hang over them, Ashton Frey and Isabella Santos finally find a rhythm. Theirs isn't a soaring love story by any means. Nor is it a happily ever after, often told in the picture books the girl has only ever dreamed of having in childhood. Far from it, in fact. Despite what people glimpse their eyes or glean in their gestures, they both know better than to cling to ideals. A stranger will say they're in love. Hopelessly. Genuinely. And there's certainly truth in it. One only has to look. However, what they never see is this. Beyond the soft smiles, fleeting glances, and gentle touches only meant for the other, is a grief. A terror that never seems to lift. Constantly filling their nights with echoes of an unforgiving wail and unwelcome dreams that stirs either awake in darkest hours of dawn. It has never truly left them, and it never will. In the same way the light scar on Ashton's hand will never fully heal, or the horrid images in Isabella's mind will never fade. But they cope. In hushed whispers and tender reassurances, with light kisses and long embraces. When that no longer suffices, when the horrors become too much for them to bear, they have each other. A warmth to hold on to in the coldest of nights. And for them, it is more than enough. Oh, through thick and thin! They never talk of what happened inside the Ermengarde mansion, nor of the curse. Not in friendly conversation, never in casual banter. It is a memory better left alone, never to be disturbed. But on days it comes back to them, when the memories are particularly vivid, it is in each other they all find solace. In Rebecca's constant reassurances, in Zach's gentle encouragements, in Ashton's earnest attempts at a quip, in Isabella's warm smiles. A slight squeeze on their shoulders, a tight grip on their hands until the unease finally subsides. The curse may have taken a lot from them, but this, the friendship. It's the one thing that remains. Endures. Oh, that was such a sweet epilogue. What the fuck? Oh my god, I'm so happy over that. That was such a sweet... Oh my god, I love that. I fucking love that. That was such... Those are such sweet epilogues. I almost don't want to fucking, like, go back and see what would happen if I took Rebecca's side. It kind of sucks, though, unfortunately, that, like, we couldn't let Marianne have a happy epilogue. But listen, she already got 2. I needed this. That was so sweet. That was so sweet and tender. And I love that. My god, man. Like, Luke and Hannah having their family, their kids, and then learning that Hannah and Zach, like Hannah helped Zach in getting his studio off the ground. You know, Rebecca, like, I was actually kind of curious, like, what did that mean with Rebecca and Zach? Where it's like, are they actually trying to suggest that there might be something brewing between them? To be honest, though, I thought what they were gonna go for with Zach was Hannah and Zach. Considering they were growing close, but maybe not. But I love that Rebecca was able to still stay friends with Ash and realize... and move on from him, basically. I really like that, too. And then Rebecca and Isabella still having, like, a good friendship, regardless of what happened. And then that Ash and Isabella scene. Oh my god, that look on Ashton's face. Like, you could tell he is in love with Isabella. Like, that is a lovesick expression. And then seeing the 4 friends, like, still together, it's like, yay! That was a really good epilogue. It kind of makes me scared of what we're gonna have to deal with in the 4th run through, where we have to actually kill everybody. I wish there was a way, unfortunately, to skip these credits. But it did actually occur to me that it's like, that girl in the background is Takako. I wonder why. And I can't tell if she's in a dress or if that's like rags, like Cinderella. Actually, that would make sense considering. Alright, we're gonna skip over this because this is not new. I don't want to see Kylie die again. Alright, let's see. 73 of the CGs. We still only have half of these? Jesus Christ. Like, what do we need to do here? And of course, we didn't unlock any new memory fragments. Here we go, 34. Romance. Oh, so there's variants of these too. Luke and Hannah for variant 1. And Ashton is... Okay, so there's only one for Ash and Isabella. Like, look at that look. Oh, wait. I gotta skip through this. That's such a sweet epilogue. I love it. Oh, I think we got all the good... Wait. Why does it... Wait, why does it... Why is there, like, no percentage for that? Why is there no percentage for this? What the heck? Or this? Oh, look at that. So there's only one for Zachary and Ash. Rebecca and Isabella, Zach and Isabella, Ash and Rebecca, Zach and Rebecca. Okay. But there is variants for Zach and Hannah. I wonder, is there any... Did we get any bad? No, we didn't. What about this? I don't think we did either. Yeah, we didn't. Okay. Man, 89% of the item spreads, huh? Alright, what about our achievements? 61%! I thought it said 62. Let's see, what did we get here? Here we go. Lull to sleep. Hush, my darling, don't say a word. Aw. It's so hard to fucking tell what I haven't, like, done. Through thick and thin, despite what they lost, there's still one thing that endures. Oh, his pride and joy. For the first time in a long while, there's contentment. Heart song. Theirs isn't a story that soars, but one sung in hushed whispers and quiet proclamations. Aw. Is that it, though? I could have sworn there was more. Or am I just forgetting? Oh, we still have a lot of achievements to unlock, though. Especially down here. Well, we got such a nice we had such a nice we had such a nice epilogue that unfortunately we're gonna have to ruin it. I really don't though, but unfortunately it's like we need to do this. But unfortunately, like, we need to we have to do the kill 'em all route. We have to... I want to see, like... I need to see all the memory fragments. We have 4 left. Oh boy. I'm not ready for this thing. Alright, it's a little too early for a break. We're gonna keep going, but depending on how quick we go through this, we'll get to it soon. Oh, a cat! Alright. Let's see here. We've practically gotten everything on you know, so let's see. How many more... We have 89%, so we're almost... So we've almost completely gone through... We've only gone through Luke's... God damn. Anyway, we've almost completely gone through, We've almost completed Isabella's route here. We just have one story beat we haven't gotten to yet. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I'm gonna try... So this doesn't result in her death, and this doesn't result in her death. I think this will result in her death. So we're gonna have to, like, do some stuff. Alright. Let's get started. I'm probably still gonna, like... I think for the most part, like, for relationship values, I'm gonna keep them up regardless, but at this point, there's really no... But I will admit there's probably no point. I'm just gonna do the choices that I like more than think. And that results in a QTE. Because... Don't show a letter. Okay, just making sure. Just skipping stuff. Is that a moth? Whoops, that's not what I want to do. I mean, I know what's gonna happen. I'm just like, let's see. You know what, I'll take the hit. I'll take the hit. Let's see. I will go with Zach.
I'll think about.
Just gotta keep going, gotta keep going, going.
Okay, let me do that again.
Just keep going. I know, it's like I can't help but keep the relationship values up. It's like, listen. Wait. I need to see something real quick. Let's see. Oh, shit. What does this do for me again? Does this... Yeah, okay, that's fair. There was another choice here? Hang out with Zach. Let's try this. God damn it. You have to go through shit. As much as I hate to decline, Zach and I both still have things to take care of. He may not say, but I know what happened in his movie is still bothering him. Knowing he came all the way here, despite his busy schedule and his own problems, I can't bring myself to take more of his time.
Maybe some other time, Zach. I know you have some freelance work scheduled after this.
The way his expression falls makes me regret my decision. But I need some time away from everyone too, to step out and think about things from a larger perspective. He as well. He hasn't had a break since the movie. I want to give him that at the very least.
And I know you're just trying your best to cheer me up. I'm really thankful for that, but I need some time for myself too. To think.
I got it.
Sorry.
Sorry if it comes off as a bit pushy.
You're not pushy at all. I do appreciate it. It actually feels like having a second older brother. It's just that you have problems of your own, and all this time, everything about today. What I want to say is you don't have to worry about me every time something comes up.
Is this a case of my pseudo little sister growing up? I think I might tear up a little.
Don't laugh at me. I gotta grow up at some point, right?
Okay, I'm not laughing anymore. I got where you're coming from. But at least let me accompany you back to the city before I head off.
It's not like we have another choice considering how far off this place is. And it's a win for me because I won't have to pay for the full fare.
I'm not sure if it's Ashton's attitude towards money rubbing off you, or you're really like that.
Don't compare me to him. It's called budgeting.
Damn it. Wait. Like this, all smiles and cordial tones, we head back together to the city, carrying better thoughts about the other and leaving petty arguments behind us. I just hope I can keep them safe. A light wind blows again, sending dried leaves swirling and the distinct smell of earth into the air. Alright, so this is not new.
I'm just curious about...
Whoops. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright guys, this is where things start to diverge. We're gonna have to deal with gore. Presumably. Alright, so we gotta stay home. And then we gotta decline.
No, I'm not at the office!
Alright, so this is a new choice. Oh god, I'm actually really scared.
Never mind! We're not safe! Not anywhere!
What are you talking about? And don't shout! I was just inviting you to help take your mind off things!
Did that do anything for my relationship? Nope.
The letter!
This again? Ghosts aren't real, Isabella. They're just stories made up to scare children.
You're always saying that, but look what happened to Rose! I know what I saw!
The police says it's a homicide case.
Didn't you see what's in her room? That's not something another human being would do! Come on, Rebecca! You have to believe me this time!
Isabella, I know you're in shock, but you have to wait for the authorities' findings. You can't just make assumptions based on some stupid letter you picked up somewhere.
You're still not going to believe me, even if someone else already died, no?
You know that's not what I'm trying to get at.
What if Zach comes next? Or Ashton? Or you? Did you see what she did to Rose? We're all completely powerless against her, and you still won't listen!
Isabella, enough already. Where are you anyway? At home? Of course you're at home. I'm coming over.
Forget it. The same. They're all the same no matter how much you warn them. Oh boy. I let the phone slide off from my grip and turned my attention to the news. Never mind that Becca's still on the line. She's never going to listen anyway. They never will. I'm all alone in this. At the end of the day, no matter how gloomy the headlines are, it's still a better...
The Luxbon Police Department continues its search for the following reported missing people.
Hold on a second. Missing? Aren't they... Still, I've got to check. Frantic, I open my laptop. The loud tapping of my fingers against the keys fills the room for the rest of the day as I look through everything. Oops. The background about the place. Its history from the current owners and list of employees hired under BRC. So yeah, I think this might lead to Isabella's death. Right? She ended up having an argument with Rebecca Gales and ultimately refused the latter's invitation for dinner. The night has fallen by the time I've finished going through my copies of the documents in our database. And I'm right. Of course I am! BRC may have a lot of staff, but they may have a lot of agents hired, but I'd remember those names anywhere. After all, they're also part of the crew who worked with us in preparing the mansion for the open house. Then the letters... No, that can't be. I hope it's not what I'm thinking.
But Rose is...
My train of thought gets cut off when arms envelop me from behind. Free hugs! This isn't good. I couldn't help but laugh. When Becca says she's going to do something, you can be sure she'll do it.
You didn't have to come over, you know. You have classes tomorrow, don't you? And I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean to yell. I just didn't want what happened to Rose to happen to you, Zach and Ashton. I wouldn't forgive myself. I think I figured out something too. Listen, Rebecca, sorry. I need to answer that. I've skipped work today. Rose is gone and my boss is probably beyond furious. No doubt that's him calling.
This is not gonna end well. She doesn't budge. Is she still angry? The phone's still ringing in the background.
Rebecca? What's gotten into you?
Hi. Ah. What? No, I wasn't done! FWD Isabella? I wasn't done! I was trying to look at the branching path, you fuck! Yeah, that's her death. Ending 2. Alright, I am immediately saving because that was bullshit. I was trying to look at the fucking thing. I wanted to look at the memory fragment before I did anything. God damn it. That's not right! Wait, is it? I can't tell. Here we go. Alright. Alright, let's see here. So we have Charlotte, Edouard, and Takako. So yeah, she was the servant. Okay, and this looks to be like the first, yeah, this looks to be like the picture that happened before this. Edouard seems very happy. But hearsay, huh? I'm trying to think, like, hearsay. So there was stuff going about with Charlotte, and apparently Edouard was like, you know, said something about her defiling like herself, and I'm like, what does that mean? So clearly things were not happy between these two, and then you have Takako coming in. Okay. 96! We just have 1 CG left. Wonder what this would have been. Alright, sorry about that. I got so mad. I was like, no, I wanted to see it! Alright, so Isabella's dead. So, let's see here. The only thing... Let's see. There's ending 3. Ending 1. So we have to get here. But how do we get there? Because we've done practically everything. Huh. Because, yeah, this leads to... Yeah, because so this... Yeah, so this is when we get closer with Luke. This is the possessed ending. So how do we get here? How do we get to kill her off? At the very least, this is before... At the very least, like, this path right here is for the housewarming. And it seems like we've explored practically everything. We just have, like, one story beat up here. Okay. Probably gonna need to do some we're probably gonna need to actually do some save scumming in order to, like, get shit done.
Yes.
I think if I remember right, this would come from freeing up a schedule, so we need to do this, I think. I could be wrong. And there's that. No. Okay, so this... Okay, so... Alright. Okay. Alright, so this would have come regardless, so... we would have to... So I guess we would have to... Wait, would we have to reject Luke? Here, let me reload it. Now, yeah, so as I said before, we're definitely save scumming. As much as I hate to do this. Alright, let's do this.
But...
Alright, hopefully that leads me to a different thing. Please lead me to a different thing. No. Fuck. I wonder if it's because of the... I wanted to get up here. I might have to actually start looking up a guide. Because I want to see, like, what would happen if we actually killed Hannah off. Like, how would we be able to do that? Because I want to get to the second ending. Or is it because of Isabella's thing? Let me see here. Well, that's not going to really help, is it? All right, let's just get to it. Let's just get to it. Figure out what to do from there.
I'll stop if it makes you uncomfortable, sweetie.
Alright, and this is not new.
I was just
Well, we're gonna have to do QTs. Well, we didn't get to do that. Shit. Alright, that's fair.
Be honest with me,
If we still don't get to the second ending, I might have to actually look at a guide. Spoiler free, of course.
You don't really need to.
I'm so sorry. Please. Well, friends of a sort, don't you?
I'm not.
Shut up, shut up, shut up.
Yeah, and they are. I don't. If you're not, but.
Alright, let me see. Alright. We're at this point. Whoops, I hit caps lock. Still there. Right. Damn it! Alright. Alright, we are gonna need to look up something then. I'm actually gonna bring up Firefox for this, because I want to... What the hell do I put in the search? Like, the letter, how to kill them all. Let's see. Alright, the letter... let's see, I guess walkthrough? True ending... Unravel! The letter game walkthrough. Let's see. Let's see, the letter game... Spoiler free guide. I didn't even spell guide right. Well, I don't want the true ending. I don't want to save her. I want to kill people. God damn it. I want to kill people. Damn it. Let's see. Let's see. I don't want a good ending, though. What the hell do I gotta do in order to, like, get an actual, like... The big spoiler-free unlock hint guide. Oh, boy. I already got that achievement, though. Wait, what? I love that. The letter game deaths. What? I love that. The letter game deaths. They know exactly what I'm into. Let's see. There's only 2 walkthroughs for this? Let's see. Well, this doesn't help me. Where the fuck do I gotta go here? Because I don't want to, like, you know, spoil myself, obviously. Alright, fine. What about walkthrough, then? Let's see. Alright, what does the Steam community have for me, then? How to get each chapter ending. That will be good. Just, let's see. Here we go. Alright. Ah, okay, okay. So it says here, in order to get the ending for... It says here, in order to get the ending for... It says here, in order to get the memory for ending 2, the memory fragment for Hannah, we cannot go to the first ending, which is, which I think is the possessed ending. So we have to not do that, and then end the chapter with the lowest possible affection for Luke. Alright. Hey Plush, I'm sorry I missed your message. We currently just finished the 3rd run through, and we're now on our 4th one where we are actively trying to kill off as many people as possible. And we already killed Isabella off. We haven't seen what she looks like yet, though. So we have to actively lower our affection for Luke. All right. Fair. So we have to seriously, like, lower the we have to go into this as low as possible. So do not open the hatch. That's fine.
But...
Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to look at this. Okay. Lowest possible affection, huh? Let's see. End the chapter with the lowest possible affection. All right.
I'll stop if it makes you uncomfortable, sweetie. I was talking with Zachary, the photographer for Luxury Living.
Just fucking lower. So let me see. Choose to open it, so we cannot open it. Alright, so do not open it.
Be honest with me, Marianne. I don't need someone to sugar...
Man, we're just skipping through a whole bunch of shit. Alright, stop. What? Damn it, we still didn't get to it. Fuck. Alright. Fuck. Alright, so we're gonna have to restart the game. Damn it. We still didn't get to it. Alright. That sucks. New game. Oh, Jesus! Hi! Don't blink! Didn't expect that! Alright, skippity skip, 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 boys. Let's see. So we have to show the letter in order to get the ending too. Come on, I need this in my life. At the very least, it is good that, like, that the skip is so generous. Keep going. Showing the note to Rose. Alright. Da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Man, why is it so hard trying to kill all these bitches? This one won't get in the way, at least. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Alright, this is new.
I was telling the truth.
What did I pick for this?
You are such a big baby.
Just skip and skip and skip and gotta get a skip. Just gotta do a skip. Oh my god, Plush, you missed the cutest fucking epilogue. Like, it was so cute. Alright, gotta stay at home. And decline. And then she dies. Alright. Well, we already saw that memory fragment. Alright. So, in the third run-through, Luke became a good guy. Just like, Luke became a good guy. And he actually seemed to really give a fuck about like Hannah and their children, which was great. But the epilogue, oh my god, we got so much good we got such a good epilogue. All four friends managed to stay alive. Ashton and Isabella ended up together. Yeah, that's what we've been waiting for. Anyway, so yeah, that happened. Zach and Hannah actually became good friends, and Hannah actually helped Zach in opening up his own photograph studio. Rebecca and Ashton are still good friends, which is good. Isabella and Rebecca are still good friends. Isabella and Zach are still good friends. And I would have to show the images. But right now it's like I'm trying to get the bad ending for Hannah, because we're on a kill 'em all route. Trying to unlock as many memory fragments as I can. I mean, we already got one for Isabella's death. Alright, this might be new. God, look at that. Look at that. Okay. Just getting rid of as much shit. Let's see. Are we on the second route? Yes! Alright. Alright. Walkthrough, you've been good to me, but now it is time that we move on to Hannah's bad ending. Right. It is now that Johannes returns with security, along with a concerned-looking Officer Lee. They surround her and move to escort the hysterical woman. Judging by his pale face, he's heard the whole thing. And I feel nothing but pity for the man. Not that I believe Rochelle. Luke would never... He would never go so far as to sleep with another woman, right?
I'm so sorry for her behavior. She's been under a lot of stress. And the alcohol. talking nonsense, that's all it is. You're not allowed to drink because of the baby, Shelley. What are you thinking?
Nothing to see here, people. Move along.
Is there really nothing here but the ramblings of a drunk?
That's not true. Is it, Luke? Please tell me she's just lost the plot.
Don't be a blooming muppet, Hannah. Of course she's lying, creating a scandal for attention.
So yeah, so we're purposely trying to get the bad ending here.
If the baby isn't Lee's, she's probably gotten herself knocked up by one of her employees, and she's accusing me for money. Fuck! How stupid can you be?
Excuse me. I just wanted to hear your word. There's no need for such cross language.
Yes, there is a need for such fucking crass language, because you've been nothing but a pain recently. I told you not to invite her, and look what she's done. And not just recently, for a while in fact.
Oh, wow.
I'm sick and tired of having to look after your clingy, spoiled ass. You've been derailing my schedule and my plans, questioning my priorities and my decisions.
Man, this is such a fucking, like, 180, because, again, like, I'm not lying when I tell you, like, yeah, Luke became a good person, well, or at the very least, a decent person, once he learned that Hannah was pregnant. Like, he actually seemed to give a real good fuck about her and their kids. So this is like a dickhead right now.
You could be worse than a hormonal pregnant woman at times, even. How touched in the head are you that I need to hold your hand?
Speak no more. We are done here, and we'll talk about these matters in privacy. Now.
No, why don't we hash it all out here? Because every time we talk about our problems in private, you start crying your fucking eyes out.
I should have expected this of Luke. To put us in the limelight, thinking I'll back down because we have an audience. Well, he has another thing coming for him, doesn't he? I'm just as livid as he is because of his disrespect. Our happy marriage is quickly crumbling under our own 2 feet, yet I can't give a rat's ass. If this is how it goes, so be it. Oh shit. Drama llama?
I dare, Buttercup, because I've kept quiet about this.
Oh, you've kept quiet about it? How rich!
Yes!
No, I've had enough of this! Do you think I don't see when you try to creep up some whore and get up her skirt?
Oh shit.
You would be nothing without me. Your company would be buried in debt and you'd be begging on the streets if it weren't for me!
She lies! Don't listen to her!
And I've had enough of you. So guess what? Fuck you, Luke.
We agreed to never talk of this woman.
Did we? I don't remember. But it's all true. Right Enterprise would be nothing but a precautionary tale if Evans Incorporated didn't agree to merge into a conglomerate. You asked that we keep your family name because you said it was so important to you. Your legacy. I agreed because damn it, Luke, I loved you and I still do. But all you really want is the money and the power's all gone to your head. Face it, Lucille Mitchell Wright. You owe me everything.
I owe you everything. I owe you everything? Who's running the business now while you sit at home like a pretty princess?
If I recall, you told me to retire so that I can enjoy my time as Mrs. Luke Wright.
I wouldn't even bother with other women if you were still Hannah Evans. You used to be your own woman. You used to be someone who I could fucking look up to. Now look at you. If I wanted some brainless bint, I'd go to the whorehouse and play any old strumpet like a fucking fiddle. That's all you are now. A brainless, good for nothing.
So this is a this is a thing. A slap echoes in the ballroom. I didn't even realize that I've lifted my hand against him. Not until he's already clutching his reddened cheek, eyes wide and unspoken curses hanging from his lips.
That's it! This party is over! Everybody leave before I have you all thrown out!
There's a shuffling, as the near-forgotten audience can't decide whether they are to mill about and wait for what might happen next or do as instructed. Their minds are made up for them as Luke storms towards the doors, slams them open and roars.
Go!
And as if they are awakened from a trance, the crowd starts to leave one by one. Some of the nosier ones, media and the like, tried to stay, but they're eventually dragged away by security. They slowly trickle out, from the busboys and the waiters, to the musicians and the bartender. Even our butler leaves us, closing the door to the ballroom shut behind him. Oh boy. Then and there, I didn't know what to say. Should I apologize for striking him? Yet every part of me is still shaking in anger. Alright, so who's gonna be Hannah's killer this chapter? It's either gonna be Luke or Takako / Charlotte. Like, anyone want to take a guess? I want to scream every bit of hatred I have for him, every ounce of bitterness, things that I couldn't say before. But I also feel tired.
Oh, Hannah! What am I going to do with you?
Oh boy, I'm not looking forward to this. He laughs. Laughs. Before I can respond, he leaves. To where? I don't know. I'll never find out, as I don't have the courage to follow him, or leave this room. Slumping into the nearest chair, all I can see is his face, red and wide-eyed. His empty laugh echoes over and over again. Only the walls act as my audience now, and I can feel their accusing eyes burn into me. There will be no sleep tonight. Look at that! In the aftermath of Rochelle's accusations, Hannah and Luke lashed out at each other in public. Hannah slapped Luke at the end of it all, and in the resulting fit of rage, the man ordered the party to be stopped and threw their guests out. My bet is on Luke. The problem is, though, I don't think he... I mean, I say he... I only brought up him because it's like... The fact that Johannes... Like, if you choose to go down the route where Hannah and Luke break up, and in Luke's chapter, like, Johannes, like, was like, Did you hit your... Did you cause your wife to fucking, like, have a seizure or something? And Luke was like, No! Why would I? So it's like... It's like, no! That's what I was thinking! It's like, Oh, but Takako's probably not gonna be fucking happy. Like, she already hates Hannah as it is. Probably because she's the lady of the house. Probably just because she resembles Charlotte. So the fact that Hannah straight up, like, hit Luke... She's probably dead because of that. And come morning, as we breakfast, the meal is silent and strained. I cut too deeply into my sausages and almost excuse myself. Have I not spied Luke mashing and stirring his poached eggs with a fork like a petulant child? Conversation is terse, though that's no big surprise. What else can you say after you verbally lashed out at each other in public? Apologies seem like trifle things now, in comparison to what transpired last night. I'm not the one to rush when eating, but withdrawing sounds like the best course of action. I can leave the dining hall, hole myself up somewhere where I won't be bothered. And he has work today. I've almost gotten away with it too if he didn't speak up all of a sudden.
Hannah, wait. Don't go just yet. Please.
What is it, Lucille?
I have thought upon it, that perhaps I am at fault for what happened yesterday and for your frustrations. I've been a neglectful husband, and if you would still have me, I hope to correct that.
Where the fuck was this apology last run through? Where you openly admitted to her that you cheated on her?
There's not much to do today for me, and I was hoping that we might be able to talk it out. If you are willing to still work it out with me, you will have my afternoon.
Just your afternoon.
He stands and approaches with steps, careful and wary. He treats me as if I'll take flight at any moment, and it'd be ridiculous if I didn't find it even a tiny bit endearing. And when he stands before me, he takes both my hands into his, ready with a declaration.
You will have my afternoon and every moment after for the rest of your life, if you are willing.
What the fuck? Why does he always show this side of him where he actually loves her, like, in paths that, like, happen after, like, worse, I don't know. I hate it. I hate how he can easily make me fall in love with him all over again.
Just this one chance. If you don't show up, I may very well just pack my bags and go, you hear me?
Loud and clear. Off to work I go then. Until later, Buttercup.
His grip is tight as he kisses my hand before letting it fall. I feel lighter in spite of it all. That leaves me the rest of the day with nothing, really. I thought I'd have to spend it making plans to leave this house and him. But instead he has me worrying and feeling relieved at the same time. It's quite paradoxical. I still have plans to eschew everything and everyone until the afternoon, which is proving to be quite difficult as, everywhere I look, Johannes seems to appear out of thin air. I love our butler along with his wonderful husband and 2 darling children, but he never seems to understand the concept of privacy or personal space at the worst of times. The man is often quiet, even while he works, and I can forget that he's there with no trouble. It's the principle of things, however.
What are you doing?
He's told me to look after you. This isn't going to turn out well, you know.
Pardon?
You should just leave.
Oh.
If I were you, I'd left a long time ago. You have the choice to do so, you know.
You know the marriage is super bad when even the butler is advising her to leave.
Not everyone does.
Is that what you've been stalking me all morning for? To tell me to leave my husband?
It is not going to turn out well, meine Freundin.
Why did the quality of your mic change? Looking back at Johannes, I see his usually indifferent expression painted with concern. He still stands tall and his body betrays no emotion. But his mouth is set into a grim, harsh line, and there's a slight furrow to his brow. Curious and minute details that one won't find unless they care to look. And these little things trouble me. Still, if he believes that I'll leave when Luke has extended an olive branch to me, well, he's wrong.
And that's your opinion, Johannes. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to be left alone with my thoughts, please.
No, Hannah, this is your only chance!
If you'd like privacy, I suggest finding it somewhere else, then. Somewhere outside the house, maybe?
No, you're gonna die!
I'm going to my room. Tell Luke that I'll be waiting for him there.
I'd really rather not.
That's an order, Johannes.
Oh boy. The remaining hours pass with little fanfare, as my wish to be alone is respected. I only see Johannes again when he brings me my supper. However you pronounce this, along with squid egg brioche, something that I haven't requested, but I'm grateful nonetheless. And once more after that, to clear my plates away and inform me that Luke is back home. Hearing him call for me fills me with a certain dread, for reasons I can't comprehend. Perhaps I'm just nervous about this little talk of ours. Yet something at the back of my head is nagging at me. It's irrational, but I feel myself freeze in trepidation. I have to will myself to breathe, when I'm conscious of the fact that I've been holding it in.
Darling, love, Buttercup, why aren't you answering?
It's with unease that I answer.
Upstairs, Luke!
There's a moment when I'm nothing but a bundle of nerves. His footsteps echo from the hallway, and the creak of the door sends chills down my spine.
Here I am expecting a warm welcome home, and here you are locked up in the room like a shut-in. Oh, Hannah, what am I to do with you? You're looking a little bit pale. Are you all right?
I must have had something funny, actually.
Yeah, why is she suddenly freaking out?
Maybe from the party last night. Maybe breakfast or lunch.
Is it the, however you pronounce that, or the brioche?
Johan's had been acting really strangely while you were gone. Do you think?
That's a new expression.
Do I think what? That he poisoned you? Don't be silly.
Did Luke poison her?
He wouldn't do such a thing unless I tell him to.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. He jokes and laughs. That does nothing to ease my nausea. It only makes my stomach churn even more. I try to smile and laugh along, but I can't put on a fake face this time. Oh my god! This is how she meets her end? That is so fucked. Noticing my discomfort, he pulls me into his arms. In his hold, I feel safe. Or I should be, at least. But there's still a stirring restlessness inside me.
Don't you worry. If you are sick, I'll take care of you myself.
I don't trust this.
I did tell you that you'll have my afternoon and every moment after for as long as you live, didn't I?
Look at... Oh, I hate that!
I am just so worried about my poor wifey. That Rochelle woman had some nerve.
Fucked.
And I've insulted your honor so.
This is so fucked.
My poor wifey has been through so much.
Oh dear. It's when I feel his hold turn painfully tight that the dread turns into fear.
My poor, spoiled wifey, Hannah fucking Evans. Silver spoon in her mouth, never had to lift a finger in her goddamn life. Poor wifey trying to ruin everything for me. All that I've worked so hard for. She'll just take it all away. Just like that.
Oh, this is actually filling me with a lot of anxiety.
We've got to fix that. You know, you and I. We have to make sure you don't pull a dodgy stunt like the one you did last night. Even if we have to take you out of the picture.
Oh, fuck. Oh, God, okay.
Permanently.
It's as he presses something sharp to my back that I realize far too late what he holds in his hands.
Why are you doing this?
My life is in his hands, held hostage at a knife's edge.
Because, Hannah, darling, it's never enough.
That's a new sprite. That is a terrifying sprite.
I want it all.
And he wishes to end it. Does he not love me anymore? Has our ties eroded so badly that he'd even go this far? This is preposterous, surreal. Yet here I am, frozen in his embrace while he holds a knife to my back. The very man I loved and trusted the most is the one to kill me. And sadly enough, This is the longest he's held me in a long while. It's a contradiction, both beautiful and horrific. How did it come to this?
You don't have to do this. You can still have it all, Luke. Just please, don't you love me?
That makes him pause.
Oh, I still do, Hana. I do love you. But you're outliving your usefulness. In fact, you're becoming a pain in the arse, just like your dear old dad. Now I'm doing you a favor, and you'll be with him again. Real soon.
Dignity and grace is forgotten as I become a blubbering mess, begging to be spared. Please spill from my lips prayers to Luke for his mercy, because please, I don't want to go. I'm not ready to go. I still want a family, our family, and I want to do more. I can't help but cry about the things that could have, should have been. A husband, children, and a home. But I'm going to be cut short. Love me dead. Oh, poor Hannah. My pleading falls on deaf ears. And although I don't feel it immediately, the way he loosens his hold on me says as much. There's no pain at first, only shock, until a dull throbbing radiates from my back. It's like an itch that I can't reach, which gets worse and worse until it's all I can focus on. I panic as the pain becomes too much to bear, and I wish nothing else but for death to consume me now. My body spasms, trembling and shaking, and the pain fires up anew when Luke, the monster, twists the knife deeper. Breathing is next to impossible. Every time I try, it only feels like I'm drowning. Soon enough, I taste blood on my tongue like copper, yet both salty and sweet. And here I am, laughing like a bloody loon, though my laughter is nothing more but a wet, raspy chuckle. Slowly, I'm losing myself.
What's so funny?
Deeper and deeper yet. He starts laughing.
We would have been so beautiful.
Oh, poor Hannah. I drown in his laughter. Before leaving for work, Luke begged his wife for another chance and promised she'd have his time for the rest of her life. Hearing this, Hannah was smitten all over again. Johannes was seen trailing the lady throughout the day, which made Hannah very uncomfortable. And when Luke finally returned home, he... Whoa! Gonna censor that real quick. Well then, didn't expect this. That's an interesting fragment. FWD Hannah. Alright, we're gonna save here and take our break real quick. Oh my god. $94, yay! We just have one more CG. Okay, so that's the fourth image. What's this then? Or wait a minute. Or wait a minute, is this like... Or wait a minute. Okay, I can't show this on screen because that's some softcore porn. But, so I thought that we were going, like... So I thought that these were going, like, here, but I guess it's going like this, maybe? Alright, I'm gonna actually... I can't show this, but I want to take a closer look at this. Alright, so looks... God. I didn't think this was gonna happen. How many... So, I can't show it, but it's obviously... But the little bit you did see of it, that's Edward and Charlotte having sex. Not even on the bed either, just doing it on the wall, standing up, I guess. And Takako walked in. So I guess, like, if the images are going from vertical instead of horizontal, so I guess that's why, like, Charlotte had Takako SA'd, was because she fucking walked in on them doing the dirty. And that's why Edward was mad at her, was because, like, bruh, you had one of our servants raped. What the fuck? God, that is an image. Alright, what do we have for the extras? Hey! Don't blink. Discover all the main menu gimmicks. Hey! So we saw the church window breaking, we saw the cat leap out, and we saw Charlotte's dead-ass body. Okay. Here we go. Tight hugs. Free hugs. Stay at home, but don't take Rebecca's offer. Still Hey! FWD, Isabella. Discover all endings for Chapter 1. We're still missing an achievement here. Drama Llama. Fight with Luke at the housewarming party. Then, Love Me Dead. Get betrayed by the one you love. Then, for Hannah, discover all endings for Chapter 2. 64%. Alright, so as I said before, we're going to be taking a quick break. I was about ready to exit out of OBS. Whoops! Alright. Man, we still haven't even seen, like, the aftermath of Isabella's death. Let's see. Sorry, I'm currently looking at the walkthrough here. But anyway, we are going to be taking a quick break. so that way we can get some drinks, some food, go to the bathroom, basically do whatever it is that we need some 20 minutes out of our day for. And, yeah, so we'll be right back. I'm actually gonna go get something to eat real quick, so I'll be right back as well. Take 5. Alright, I'm back. I did not think it was gonna take longer than like a couple minutes. But like... But like literally, as I'm getting ready to sit down and eat, I take a sip from my drink and I didn't even get to swallow it because I felt something moving around in my mouth as I'm drinking, and I of course immediately spit it out because I'm like, what? And it was a dying fly, so I'm like, oh. So I had to clean up my spit from the floor. Oh Jesus. Sorry, there's a bot here. So I'm currently looking at like the spoilers. Not spoilers, I'm looking at the boxer right now. Doesn't really say anything about, like... Let's see. But anyway, I guess, as I'm done, what has happened? But, yeah, so I got to play D&D earlier. Well, actually, before I even go into that. Like, I cannot tell you, like, how much anxiety I was getting when, like, Like, I cannot tell you how much anxiety I was getting, like, when Luke was getting ready to kill Hana. Like, I was legit thinking, like, this is very realistic. Like, I was thinking to myself, like, but, I was just like, a lot of it was just due to, like, fucking true crime and all that, just like, oh god. Like, that was, like... It's like, it gave me, like, really bad anxiety, I'm not gonna lie. I think a lot of it was just due to the fact that it's like, bro, it was so familiar to a lot of, like... You know, because it's like, again, like, I have not... Like, I was basically thinking, like, it's like, you know, I watch a lot of, like, you know, true crime and all that. And it's like, obviously, that involves a lot of, you know, domestic violence cases with, you know, when you know, the partner is usually killed by their, you know, and I was just like, bruh, this is too familiar. I felt so bad for Hannah. Because it's just like, bruh, she did not ask for this. Like, she did not ask for this at all, and now she just dies. But yeah, I actually kind of wonder, like, how this is gonna, like... Because apparently from what I saw in the walkthrough... Excuse me. What I saw in the walkthrough, like... Like, apparently, when it comes to, Ash's path... if people are, like, apparently, you know, so apparently, I was thinking about going back to see if, like, disarming Luke was gonna be, like, be Ash's bad ending, and it is, it actually is. So yeah, we have to beg Luke to listen. But regardless, yeah, apparently it says here, according to the walkthrough, like, if Isabella, Zachary, and Rebecca are dead at this point, you will still be given the same choice here, but Ash's path around this event will be dramatically affected. Yeah, probably, it's like, what the hell is Ash even gonna do? It's like, all of his friends would be dead at this point. So that's interesting. But still, it's just like, so yeah, man, this is gonna be one hell of a path. We got 2 people dead already. People that we didn't get to kill off last time. And we still haven't seen But, considering the fact that, like, we still haven't seen what Isabella's gonna look like, oh boy. But anyway, moving on from that. I said I played D&D earlier, and we finally got back to the main campaign. And I'm not gonna lie. I think that was like I think like last time was like the hardest I ever laughed. Cause it's like the first half had me really like anxiety riddled because of like what was happening. Mainly because players T and W decided to sneak into an office late at night, and that had me like, oh god, because there's always that potential of shit going wrong. But then in the second half, we go back to the office, and it's like, one of our allies turns out to be a mind flayer, but turns out he's not, actually. So I still have no idea what the fuck's going on with that. But it's like, basically, once we figure that little bit out, like, player W is trying to, like, talk to this ally of ours, because he discovered a secret of his. And, and player T is hearing that convo. Like, they're basically player W and our ally are speaking in one language that player T can understand, but none of us can. And it's like and it's like player T's like guesses as to what the secret could be are cracking us the fuck up, because it's like, what the fuck? But I mean, the hardest I laughed was when, the notion of helping our ally come out as gay, which was, and it's just like, we were fucking, and it just got more and more ridiculous as it went on, to the point that I'm just like begging for like mercy, because I'm laughing too hard that my sides are hurting. It's like, what the hell? But yeah, it's like, I just started fucking laughing. I mean, and it's like, it was just like, oh my god, I was, like, my sides hurt. And it's like, even as we're trying to get back on track, the DM is like struggling, because it's just like, god damn it. But eventually we were able to like get that little encounter conversation done and over with. And, we then decide, like, okay, we have to meet up with our ally Mind Flayer, because we were gonna do something. And she's not here, so we were like, okay, let's go to her house. On the way to her house, player W gets that message in his head of, like, oh, from our ally Mind Flayer, and it turns out she got into a spot of trouble, and is now in the forest that surrounds the town. And the thing is that Larkspur, my character Larkspur, is freaking out because, oh god, that's where I'm from, and it's not and it's, I mean, not only is it like not only is it where he's from, but it's also like pretty close, and it sounds like it can be close to where Larkspur lives in that specific forest. So it's like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. And that's where the session ended. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, so it's like, oh boy. That's gonna be fun. This next session's gonna be fun. Next session's gonna be fun. Don't know what's gonna happen. Especially because, like, because it's like, I finally got to prepare my spells, but unfortunately, those spells were meant for one specific plan and not this improvised one, so it's like, shit! And what's ironic is that the previous list of spells I had prepared for, you know, for when we would actually go into the woods at some point, I had them prepared, and I thought that was what we were going to be doing until we settled on an actual plan. So, so it's like, damn it! We fucked up! But yeah, it's gonna be fun, and the thing is that like as we were like, you know, saying our goodbyes or whatever, the DM is like, you know, mentions more stuff about how it's like, you know, we should probably think about magic items and all that, and think about and he's gonna ask about backstory stuff, and I'm like, okay, and that kind of like got me into thinking like, all right, I'm gonna try and look into some items, see like what I can get. And that's actually hard, when you don't really know what you want. So there was that thing, and then I was thinking to myself, like, I'm probably gonna have to write up Lark's backstory, like, in better detail at some point this week. You know, just so I can, like, have it on hand in case I have to go into detail about it. Anyway, I think I want to get back into the game soon, so I do need to do something real quick, which is I need to send a message. It also just occurred to me that, going back to the letter for a moment, Johannes was trying to get Hannah to, like, get out of the house. Like, listen, Luke is going to kill you tonight if you don't leave. I am trying to give you a chance. Which is, like, super dark. Come on. How do I begin this? No, that sounds... God, I don't know how to begin. I hate trying to ask for shit like this. Alright, unfortunately I am imagining that we're probably not going to get into, older stuff because Isabella's dead in this, so... Alright, let me retweet the stream real quick. That's how you spell epilogue. Epilogue. That's a... Alright, say goodbye to... Well, actually, we don't have to say goodbye to Firefox yet. We're gonna be doing stuff. I need to keep the walkthrough up just in case. Man, poor Hannah. You'll be fine, honey. 91%. Alright, so suppose it, so... Alright, so I need to get to this ending. Oh boy. So yeah, this is gonna... So yeah, because this is after Isabella's dead...
Apartment. Rebecca's and Isabella's. Just get here, please.
He drops the call before I can ask more. Oh boy. Alright, let's see what happened to Isabella. The murmurs of the small crowd milling on the streets are loud against my ears, a contrast to the sleepy, laid-back reputation this neighborhood has built throughout the years. Despite sitting close to downtown Luxbourne, Salem Well Quarter never did quite attract the loud crowd common to the city. Isabella mentioned once how the quiet bothered her in her first few years here. She's grown so used to the routine clangor of the slums in her hometown, it's become the closest she has to a lullaby. She never did quite adjust to the kind of mum Salem Well had. Yet now, I highly doubt she'd like this kind of commotion, either, in her own apartment complex, no less. Moreover, where is Rebecca in all this? I was hoping either one of them would be able to give me an explanation, but... A number of police cars and an ambulance are parked along the street closest to the compound. Given Ashton's tone over the phone, I already half expected their presence here. What's a little surprising are the news vans lined up on the road opposite.
What in the blazes is the press doing here?
The cold stone at the pit of my stomach grows more unwelcoming with each step I take, bringing a sour taste in my mouth. A handful of the curious is flocked near the building, probably waiting for something interesting to happen. Carefully, I weave my way through the thin crowd, only to be halted soon by perimeter tapes enclosing the 3-story apartment. My eyes dart around the busy landing on the other side. It buzzes with activity as several officers move in and out of the building, most of them in white suits stained at the hems and gloves with a striking shade of red. I try not to think where those came from, but an idea has already planted itself firmly in my head long before I can stop myself. Ash must be in there somewhere if this is that kind of case. I wait. And after what seems like a lifetime, he emerges from the building, his own gloves smeared with the same red shade the others had on theirs, and exhaustion evident on his face. Briefly, he scans the area, but quickly averts his gaze when he catches my eye. Without so much as a wave or an acknowledgement, he starts to walk off in the opposite direction while reading off the papers he has on hand with complete focus. I get that he's busy, but that's on a whole different level of weird. Not 3 steps later, though, he seems to think better of it. He pauses, before wheeling around and walking back towards me. This kind of hesitance, while not unheard of from him, is only enough to fuel the sick dread clawing at my insides. He doesn't meet my eye when he speaks, either.
Sorry you had to be greeted by this.
You say that like this is something new to me. Come on, dude, after all these years, every time I see your name on the caller ID, I'm already half expecting something shitty went down again somewhere.
An expression, both pained and weary, crosses his face momentarily before hiding back under his usual mask of indifference. The rest of my laughter dies from my lips, replaced by a sound devoid of any mirth. Try as I might to keep the talk light, the thick atmosphere has become stifling at some point. I've always known how taxing his work in the police force has become since his promotion, seen it with my own eyes as a matter of fact. But right now, have things really gotten this bad for him lately?
Can't say the sight of forensics is a pleasant thing to see in the morning. Anyway, where's Rebecca? You mentioned she's not in a good state. And then, we have this. Please don't tell me she's somehow gotten herself in.
Nothing's happened to her. They're just getting her statement. They should let her go soon.
He gestures with his head towards an ambulance parked a short distance from us. Her strikingly familiar hair is visible between the 2 officers standing nearby. Although I can't see her face, the tired droop on her shoulders is impossible to miss. Still, to see her unharmed is relief enough.
Glad to hear that. What's going on here anyway? Seems like you've got yourself another big case on your plate this time.
It's been classified as a homicide, but nothing conclusive yet.
A homicide? Another? Right here? Figures why the press is here. No, I don't think any of the 2 girls will appreciate you bringing the whole precinct here. Bella especially. Never did quite forgive Devlin, no matter how much she laughs about it now.
Isabella's not here, Zach.
A flicker of grief. Momentary in its passing, but it's there across his face at the mention of her. And in that single lapse, the stone in my stomach has firmly lodged itself up in my throat.
Ash, what's really going on here?
A hunch. That's all it is. But if there's anything I've learned from him all these years, it's that asking the hardest questions are unavoidable if you want to get answers. Not in a world as harsh as ours.
Ashton, I asked you a question. Where is Isabella?
When he looks at me, I already know the answer. God damn, I already know it, but I want to hear it straight from him.
She's dead.
2 words. None of it registers.
Dude, you know full well I find jokes like that in bad taste. If you need me curious about this, you got it done way before that came out of your mouth. Now answer the question properly.
Wait, what?
I already did. What else do you want me to tell you?
The truth! Stop shitting with me and tell me what this is all about!
Oh.
God help me if no one tells me what's going on. I swear I'll...
I don't have time for this, Zach. I've got a lot of stuff waiting to be dealt with right now. I need you to make yourself useful and stay with Rebecca after they're done with her.
Let me through.
My hand's already on the tape, poised to raise it, but he's quick to move in front of me to bar me from crossing to the other side. It only serves to raise the ire bubbling up in me. The tone he takes doesn't help either.
I can't let you do that. This place is off limits until the investigation's over.
It wasn't a request. Let me through.
What could you possibly want to?
You said she's dead! I want to see it with my own eyes, Ash. I'm not buying any of your bullshit until I've seen it with my own eyes. Now move aside.
Or what? You'll break the tape? March in there like some criminal above the law? Because I'm telling you that's what you'll be once you do. And I won't be able to keep you out of trouble this time, no matter how innocent you are.
Screw the rules! That is my friend in there! Just the other day I was talking with her. How can she be dead right now? How sure are you that she is? All I'm asking is proof, goddammit!
It's not that simple. We're following a protocol here. And friend or not, you have to stay in line while forensics finishes documenting the victim's body and every fucking thing in the goddamn scene. Now back off, sit down, and let us do our work. Don't make this harder for us, Zach.
What? You make it sound like you don't even know her. Ain't she your friend too?
It's not that. You don't understand.
I'm surprised they're letting Ash investigate this knowing that he's close with her.
Right now, she's nothing but a dead body. We need to...
Yeah, that's probably not the best way to put it! That was probably not the best way to put it, Ash. I get it. Like, they're both angry, they're both upset, they're both grieving. This, I'm not surprised by. All I saw is red. Shit! Falcon Punch! I don't need that achievement! My anger subsided just as quickly as it erupted. The next thing I know, he's on the ground, nursing a bloodied lip and a bruised cheek with an unreadable expression in his eyes. My fist falls to my side, limp and forgotten. The papers and photos he's been holding on to all this time flutter uselessly to the floor around us, as if to mock me. His rage would have been better, far easier to deal with than the wall he suddenly built up around himself. With it, there's only hurtful words and ugly truths. No puzzling guessing games that leave you thinking for days on end. I shouldn't have let my temper get the better of me either. I want to apologize, say something to remedy the situation, but my mouth has gone thick with fear and remorse all at once. I can only look at my feet, no longer standing close to the boundary I threatened to cross earlier. And that's when I see it. I mean, to be fair, I don't think Ashton blames you for it. I don't think he would be upset with you for it. It's like, listen, I mean, because I think even he kind of recognizes that, like, the choice of words he used was not the best. Considering she was your friend. Considering she was both of your friend. Understanding dawns on me, violent enough to shake me. With trembling hands, I reach for the scattered photographs off the pavement. Oh my god! Dude, that ghost ripped her ass apart! A sick, burning feeling immediately rises up to my throat. God damn it, I shouldn't be laughing. Purely on instinct, my eyes move in every corner of the print, searching for any sign of tampering, for any discrepancy, for any hope that this might just be an awful prank. But try as I might, I can't find it. Ripped apart. There's no other word for it. She barely looks like herself. In fact, I wouldn't have known it was her if Ashton hadn't mentioned something earlier. When I think of her, all I see is this person who has rarely ever lost the cheer in her voice. Often upbeat, rarely dispirited. Now she's nothing more than a mangled mess of blood, flesh, and splintered bones. Her head is bent backwards, the eyes and mouth open in a silent, empty scream. A hole in her torso, big enough to expose her insides, gapes open at me. It's as if a savage beast has torn it viciously open and feasted on it, every organ mutilated and butchered beyond all recognition. Blood pools from the open wound, drenching her in the floor in a deep shade of red. I can smell and taste it even without being there. When finally I look back at him, Ashton's shoulders have gone rigid. His eyebrows are drawn in a tight frown. His jaw is clenched tight. I recognize the frustration, his frustration, for what it is. It's not that Ash doesn't want me to see her. He simply doesn't want her to be seen in this state. Yeah. This ain't how he wants her to be remembered. I struggle to find the words, anything to fix this god-awful misunderstanding. This ain't what we should be doing right now. But he only looks away as he pushes himself off the ground.
Ash, I don't know what came over me.
Hello?
I won't be pressing assault charges considering the situation.
Yeah, he's not mad at all.
I've got things to check with the other officers, but don't go thinking you can easily cross this line without me here. The other police types won't be as forgiving. Go check on Rebecca. She's probably the one who took it the hardest.
Was she the one who found her like that? Damn, that picture! Zachary received an alarming phone call from Ashton, pleading him to go to Salem Will Residences immediately. Upon arrival, Ashton bluntly informed him of Isabella's death. Frustrated over the news and Ashton's seemingly indifferent attitude, Zach punched him. Yeah. But still, I'm gonna have to veto the riddle. F, when do you Excuse me for a moment, I need to reply to a message real quick. But yeah, what was the point of removing her chest? God damn, first Takako kills Isabella, then we have Luke killing Hannah. Like, oh my god. Oh, excuse me. When do you stream? Sorry, I have to reply to message. I have to reply to a message. All right. Without another word, Ash gathers the papers littering the ground, ducks under the perimeter tape, and walks away without so much as a backward glance. Doesn't even remember that the photos are still in my hand. In hindsight, I could follow him. I should follow him. Return these to him, apologize, and maybe attempt a decent conversation without butting our heads or getting into a trivial squabble over this, of all things. But he's right, damn it. He's right in that we're not the only two people going through this. And right now, Rebecca has to bear losing a friend all on her own. Who should I be with? Who do you think, Zach? Actually, no. I'm gonna go comfort Rebecca. Seriously, Ash, you can wait. I gotta fucking go after Rebecca. She probably found her like that. Apologies can wait. At the moment, Rebecca needs someone by her side. When I find her again, the officers who took her statement are long gone. She's not moved an inch from the seat the paramedics have offered her, and a distant look has taken over her face, the usual fierceness in her gaze missing. Like a fire that flickered out of existence. There are no tears, just hollowness and sorrow. She offers me a weak smile when she sees me approach, but nothing else other than that. I try to say something, my mouth opening and closing in hesitation, finding words that will hopefully offer the least bit of comfort if not sympathy. But all of them fall flat in the face of her own grief. The only thing I can give her is my company, to sit beside her and help her bear this with as much strength as I can lend. Around us, the crowd slowly begins to thin out, most having already lost interest in the commotion that entails the discovery of a crime scene. A few do linger, just reporters finishing things up for the news and waiting for some final words from the authorities. If this incident is not yet all over the news this morning, it will be soon.
If she were here, she'd probably be scared out of her wits by now.
The words choke in her throat, her mouth closing off at the last one as if to stop a sob from escaping her. I don't need to ask who her is.
She'll likely be out of here faster than you can say ghost to her. Probably rent a new apartment on the other side of the city as soon as possible. For good measure.
Oh.
She would. She never did like it here.
Did she say that?
No, not directly. Never directly. She'll complain about me being bossy or Ash being annoying, but she would never say a word about that. The rent here is cheap. She prefers it that way. It just means she'll be able to send more home. Personal comforts be damned. For her family. Always for her family.
Rebecca draws in a breath, long and shaky. Her voice falters for a brief second.
They always came first for her. She's, 26? She doesn't even know how to take care of herself. It's impossible not to worry, you know? And she's always like that, and...
She clenches her eyes shut and heaves in, her shoulders shaking with heavy, silent sobs. And as tears begin to slide down her cheeks, it hits me that I've never seen her cry like this before. Always the strong, reliable one, ever the proud, fiery woman. Yet she's none of those as I draw her in and wrap my arms around her shoulders. She's simply another who has lost someone.
I don't really know what to say. I've never been good with this, but I'm here, Rebecca.
Minutes pass before the rest of her cries subside, and by the time the grief is temporarily eased, my shoulder's already damp with her tears. She offers me an apologetic smile as she pulls away, which I return in kind.
I didn't mean for you to see me like that. It's just that...
Rebecca, you just lost Isabella, alright? You do not need to,
I was with her on the phone yesterday. Before this. We had a fight. If I had known that would be the last time. I don't know. Maybe I should have been more careful with my words.
Hey, it's okay. You don't have to say anything now. And it's not your fault. Never your fault. Understood?
No, Zachary, I was just talking to her. She was alive, and I shouted at her.
Listen, this ghost can do some shit, alright? We don't know how, we don't know why, but we know she can do some shit.
I should have at least heard her out, given her the chance. She was so worried about everyone, that something might happen to us.
Suddenly she trails off. The rest of what she's saying becomes lost in her tongue. Her eyes are wide when she looks back at me, One trembling hand cups over her mouth, and the other reaches out to grip my arm with strength I hadn't known she possessed until now.
Zach, she was warning me. She said we might be in danger. Remember Rose Cooper? Her co-worker on the news? You've heard it, right? She was saying something about her and the letter she got from that mansion.
Whoa, wait there, Rebecca. That's a huge jump in logic right there. And a little bit too much to take in at once, frankly.
I know that. If nothing happened, I wouldn't have given it much thought. But as it is, what if she was right all along? What if that letter she found really has something to do with this? The same thing was written in her room with her own blood
And nothing. I expected to hear a better argument from you, Rebecca.
We look up to find Ashton marching towards us, his strides quick and decisive. The expression on his face, however, there are really no other words for it. He looks pissed as hell. And if he was the kind of person, I'd wager good money that the next one who annoys him would end up injured in some capacity.
And before you ask, the stupid letter's with forensics now, along with the other evidence. Don't waste your time looking for it. The whole case is a train wreck as it is.
what would you have me do then? We don't know who did this. Whoever or whatever murdered our friend is still out there.
You think I don't know that? I'll get him, I promise. I'll get him, put him behind bars, and make him pay. But please don't go around playing cop. We aren't playing a children's game.
I have no intention to. Don't you think we also want the same thing as badly as you do?
His mouth opens, poised to say something, but wavers in the end. He averts his eyes. Maybe it's just me, but for a fleeting second, something close to regret flickers in them.
You don't know the half of it.
What on earth do you mean by...
All right, guys. That's enough. Proper time and place, remember? We ain't getting anywhere like this.
Sorry, you two. I think I need some air. I'll step out for a while.
Man, this fucking sucks, because it's like, this is after Ash was able to get together with Isabella in their epilogue.
Just forget I mentioned anything, Zachary. It's probably the exhaustion talking.
Why do you sound muffled? She's already walking away before the two of us can react. Although with how our previous exchange went down, I highly doubt chasing after her will do us both good. An awkward silent second stretches out between Ash and I, until I remember that the photographs are still with me. They continue to weigh more than they actually do in my hands. I try not to look at them again when I hand it back to him. Once is enough.
You left this with me back there.
Recognition slips across his features before he walks over and takes them off my hands without so much as a thanks. Neither of us speak while he clips all of it back to his file. What else is there to talk about? A jest would be too inappropriate given the gravity of the situation. An apology right now, despite my intent when I sought him out, would be too early, too easy, too hasty. Not with our minds still reeling from the news. Not with all of us still finding ways to cope with our own grief. And this is how he does it, with feigned indifference and an air of aloof detachment. I can't fault him for that.
What's next after this, Ash?
Can't say. But make sure you stay far away from the rights. We've got enough problems as it is. I don't need another one adding more to it.
Ooh. Wait, brakes, Ash, brakes. What about those things on the wall? Maybe she's right. Maybe it has something to do with what she's been telling us all this time. You saw the contents of the paper. What if it's...
Don't go thinking that the stupid letter is related or even a clue. This has more to it than some curse, damn it. I should have paid more attention. If I knew this would lead to this, I would have... I have to go. I'll leave Rebecca to you.
Yet as I watch him walk away, a different kind of worry weaves itself into me. Ash can handle himself. He's proven that time and again. but the way he carries himself at the moment, this frustration, perhaps even anger, now seeping into his every word. Years ago, early in our acquaintance, he said keeping a cool head is a priority in his line of work. Letting things get too personal should be the last thing that should happen in any case he's handling. I believed him then. Now, with everything as they are, I hope he'd remember those words for himself. Aww. Despite feeling sorry for his actions, Zachary decided to comfort a grieving Rebecca. She blamed the letter for their friend's death. Overhearing this, Ashton stepped in, pointing out how illogical she was being. Despite the tension, a promise to catch whoever did this was given afterwards. Alright, this isn't new. Oh. What? Oh, I guess it's not. Alright. Although it's small and begs for a little cleaning and repair, it is at the end of the day the closest respite I have to a... It is at the end of the day the closest I have to a respite. Sure, my sister would have a thing or two to say about the mess every time she visits, but it's still home to me. Come on, this isn't new! A mild draft sweeps into the room as I close the door behind me, slightly disturbing the papers on the nearby fridge. Most of them schedules, lists, and tasks for the next few days. Something to keep me busy while I sort things out. Sort myself out. And now with what happened to Isabella, something to temporarily take my mind off things. Alright, have a good night, plush. Listen, we already saw this, alright? Zach headed straight home after a long day. A photo shoot with Hannah Wright for the at the Ermengarde mansion was on his schedule for tomorrow. After Ashton's warnings about the couple, he now felt anxious about the whole thing. Alright, what did that say? Alright, a lone note flutters by my feet, the letters on the surface glaring at me with mute intensity. Ermengarde mansion, Hannah Wright, 11 a.m. After Ashton's warnings, they all hold a different meaning now. Let's see. Yeah, I was gonna say, oops. Let's show this to Ash, actually. It won't bring Isabella back. It's far too late for that. Frère Jacques, do re mi. But she certainly won't wish for anything to happen to us either. Outside, the sun is yet to rise. Just gotta keep going. While Luxborn is a relatively peaceful city boasting a low crime rate, its precinct stays abuzz with activity. As soon as I open the glass front doors, murmurs coming from the people waiting in the lobby welcome me. Officers can occasionally be seen shuffling in and out of the rooms, greeting civilians with a casual smile and a polite nod. Some, though, look a little worse for wear, like their receptionist, who looked at me with much disdain the moment I arrived. Thankfully, I won't have to deal with him today. Before I can even step in, Ashton's voice, though low, comes from the hallway adjacent to the lobby.
Not even for just 1 minute?
No. The case was dismissed, remember?
You were the one handling that case.
If you want access to those records, you've got to ask Chief. I was taken off it before shit went to hell. Why do you even bother? Even Professor Clark seems to have given up on that.
Well, never mind, you won't understand.
Right. I know you owe Professor Clark a lot, but the right guy isn't just someone you mess with. They've got the money. Who knows what else gets swept under the rug with them involved.
That takes a special kind of ignorant not to know.
And a smart person to know which boundaries he can't cross. You're a bright guy, you'll figure it out. In any case, I've got to get going. Another missing person case on my hand. Benjamin on the front desk looks like he's about to maul someone after the 4th one yesterday. Murders, people missing, what a time to be alive. Man, I miss the old Luxburn.
You and me both. I'll see ya. Gonna go grab some lunch.
He notices me first as soon as he enters the lobby and pauses. Confusion briefly crosses his face until I fish out the phone from my pocket and wave it up. Both his hands have formed into fists at his sides, which he promptly hides into his pockets as soon as he notices I'm staring. I'm wrong to think this one will be easy as the other times, coming out here and just talking. But with the words stuck in my throat, that plan has been quickly thrown out the window. We don't talk in the first place. We rarely ever do. When misunderstandings like this happen, the next day we're back to the way we are like nothing occurred at all. None of those fights ever involved fists and bruised jaws, though. Nor a dead friend. An excuse is already forming in my head when he moves, stopping my thoughts with a little tap on my shoulder, and walks past me straight to the door. He gestures with his head towards their very irked receptionist when I raise an eyebrow and question.
Over lunch. I haven't eaten anything since last night, and Benjamin there doesn't really like loiterers around here.
Wordlessly, I follow after him, but not after sending the poor guy behind the table an apologetic smile. Hopefully things haven't completely fallen apart yet. Even with that, lunch is still every bit as awkward as I imagine it will be. As expected, he takes a seat in the farthest corner of the cafe, a good way from the window, but easily allows a view of who comes and goes. Secluded enough not to be disturbed by the lunch hour rush or be overheard by a curious bystander. If I didn't know this was lunch he invited me to, I would automatically assume I got dragged into another stakeout. After years of knowing him, though, this has simply become one of the many habits he has I've gotten used to. 5 minutes in, though, I find myself wishing someone will interrupt just for the sake of interrupting. We've got no use for privacy when neither of us seem too keen on talking. The arrival of food, however, seems to abate this, and pretty soon, small bits of conversation will slip in. A chuckle here, or a little nod there. Not quite enough to break the tension, nor be taken as an apology, but cordial to the point swallowing our meal becomes easier. But someone has to open that can of worms eventually, no matter how unpleasant it is. What should I say? No hard feelings. The bro fist. Sorry, the achievement has an image of fist bumps. Nice. Above all, he wasn't the one who threw the first punch that day.
Ash, the other day...
Words falter from my mouth when he pauses eating, his fork halfway to his mouth. It clinks a moment later against his plate when he settles it down and leans back in his seat, arms crossed and all ears. A second or two passes before I find my voice again.
You deserve an apology for the other day. Sorry for hitting you. Didn't mean to do it. I was overwhelmed. It wasn't very good news to wake up to.
He doesn't answer. Rather, he picks up his abandoned utensil up and resumes eating.
Hey, are you still...
My jaw was smarting the whole day after that, you ass.
Sorry about that too.
There doesn't appear to be any kind of swelling or bruising, though. A small relief, because the last time this happened, which also notably occurred some mere scant minutes after we met, the purple hue stayed for weeks. Wrongfully accused for being at the wrong place at the wrong time. But it all worked out. In the end, that very same guy I punched was the very one who helped clear my name.
I was at fault too. I should have phrased it better. Should have handled it better.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
There's no exchange after that, and for the better part of the lunch, we keep to our respective meals. I suppose it's better this way. Less reason for things to become awkward. This is as close as we could get to rebuild that bridge after all. However, this ain't the hardest part.
How's it going?
How's what going?
You know what I'm talking about.
He rakes a hand through his hair and lets out a huff. If he can, if the place ain't as cramped full of people as or as loud as it currently is, I don't doubt he'd be pacing the length of the room. Anything to take the edge off. Anything to get his brain running.
Nothing from forensics yet. They're having a hard time. You saw the state the body was in. Doesn't even look like it was done by a human.
Maybe it's not human.
What, are you suggesting some wild dog broke into the victim's apartment and did that to her? The place was clean. This had to be done by someone who's been doing this for years.
You know I would never imply something like that.
Well, what are you implying then?
That maybe these might be connected.
The expression on his face grows more puzzled with each photo I spread on the table. There's about 8 of them. All of it reprints of the same thing. Miss Wright's distorted head on the photos. He takes a minute to go through each, eyeing the prints warily. The furrow on his brow doesn't ease even as he gathers all of it into one pile and sets them in one neat stack in front of me with a heavy sigh.
Hannah Wright?
Yeah. How did you...
The locket. She never takes it off. Evan's family heirloom.
I won't even think about asking why or how he knows that. If he's investigating them, he'll likely have already dug up every unimaginable dirt on them, including family history.
You never mentioned you got work from them.
Yesterday, yeah. It's just a small feature from a magazine. Interviews, photos, standard stuff, nothing big. But see, here's the thing. I don't know how else to put this out there without sounding crazy, but there really is something odd with that place. Remember the letter?
He drags in a breath, reaches up to his nose and pinches it. Like the action alone will help grant him all the patience in the world to continue this conversation.
Please tell me this isn't about that again.
No, Ash, you've got to listen this time.
I am listening, and I can't believe that just came out of your mouth. These are some blurred out photos, and that letter is just a stupid prank. I expected this from Isabella, not you.
You're the photographer here. I don't see any need to get worked up over this.
I know what you mean, but will you hear me out first?
Ash leans back in his seat and doesn't say anything further. He gestures for me to continue with a wave of his hand, impatience clearly on his face. Any other person telling him this and he'd walk out without batting an eye. I suppose the only reason he's given me the benefit of the doubt is because we know each other.
Ash, I don't easily buy into these things as much as you do. Yesterday, though, behind Hannah.
He blinks at that, his eyebrows lifting momentarily before settling into a deep frown.
Hannah? Since when were you on a first-name basis with the Wright missus?
Why does that even matter?
I thought you said this was just a gig.
His voice stays level, but the accusation in it is as clear as day. It hits a nerve in me somehow, more than that tone usually does. I do get where he's coming from, but... this is a new choice, and we are going for a kill-em-all route, so it's not like... you know... Of all the things I said, my connection to the Wrights is the first thing he points out. As much as I want to keep my own annoyance at bay, I can't stop it from seeping into my voice.
That's completely beside the point here, Ash.
I warned you, Zach.
I get it, alright? But you can't just expect me to turn it down after I made a commitment to a client. I've got to put food on my table.
I didn't say you shouldn't, but you should not be messing with them.
I wasn't messing with them.
And this isn't?
He waves the photos in front of me before dropping the pile on the table with a loud smack. I don't need to look to know we've already attracted some attention from the lunchtime crowd. Besides, turning away from him feels almost the same as admitting he's right. There are things more important than his damn case right now. I wish he'd see that.
It was a job, and that ain't how these photos were intended to come out. You think I'd go out of my way just to edit something like this? There's something weird going on here.
And you think Luke Wright will see it that way? You think the Wright missus will find it amusing?
I did not do this for my amusement, Ash. People's lives might be at stake here.
If you understood that in the first place, we wouldn't be having this stupid talk. Luke fucking Wright is a dangerous man, Zach. Keep hanging around them and you'll find yourself burnt to a crisp in your apartment or floating down a river 3 days later. This case is...
Will you stop talking about the damn case for once and just listen to me? Why do you think Isabella's...
Don't you dare bring her into this. We're talking about you and this stupid...
Oh, of course you don't want to talk about it. She's dead because of your own fucking incompetence.
Oh, fucking hell. Damn. We're just fucking hitting all the fucking arguments today. Every expression drains from his face as soon as the words are out of my mouth. They've hit their mark. Each utterance scathes, sharp with nothing but anger and the truth. Yet they're also things I wouldn't typically say out loud in good company, and rather ease people into it before letting it fall. Almost immediately, a wave of regret washes over me.
Ash, dude, that ain't what I meant to.
You said enough, Zach.
Without another word, he stands, his chair scraping loudly against the floor, all while my brain races to find something to fix this. Ours ain't a fragile friendship by any means. I like to think we've gone past the stage when we find everything the other says insulting. But there are times when letters and phrases alone can cut deeper than any blade. Mine might even leave a scar. He doesn't let me, however. Instead, he sets a card in front of me. The name is familiar, but amidst the cloud of remorse swirling inside my head, I can't bring myself to recall where I've seen it.
You shouldn't be running blind. Call this guy. He'll be less inclined to shout at you. Might even talk some sense into you.
Disturbed, Zachary decided to show the photographs to Ashton. During lunch at the coffee house, they briefly discussed Isabella's case before the topic veered out on the photos. Refusing to believe his friend, Ashton advised him to talk to Andrew instead. Yikes. I don't see his face when he leaves, and it's only when the store's bell chimes again do I breathe. God damn. But after that argument, I really don't have any other choice. Just having, like, all the fucking arguments today, guys. At my confused look, he lets out a small chuckle.
He sent a message ahead. A friend needs to have some sense knocked into him. In verbatim.
Dick.
That boy never changes.
I wasn't really expecting you to do that.
Although I'm not quite sure what I could share, I'll do my best to help.
Oh boy. Alright.
I even got in a fight with my best friend because of her. Hard to keep up when things are like that, you know? Especially when you can't do anything. One of my friends, she left us because of her.
What if she's just sad? Or maybe she just wants help.
Gotta skip through shit. Moreover, I've said things I shouldn't have the other day. Gotta straighten that one out before it blows up in our faces.
Ash, how many times do I have to tell you not to call me Z-Man? And I know I said something bad the last time. I'm really sorry about that.
In an instant, he sits up, every trace of amusement gone from his face.
It's fine. You had a point back then.
Wait, what? Did I just hear you say that?
I'm not kidding, Zach. Speaking of the other day, did you meet with Andrew last time?
Yeah, at the library. He was,
What did he say about the photographs?
Huh? Oh, there's no guarantee it's a supernatural thing. It doesn't always happen. So, that's a dead end right there. Now that I think about it, bothering that guy for this feels pretty silly now. But with the dreams lately...
That's all? Did he say anything about the damn letter at all?
Whoops.
Did you ask him even?
I pause, glancing at him skeptically. I don't know where this sudden curiosity is coming from, but if Ashton, blah 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 blah, or the world is ending, seconds pass. The apocalypse I'm expecting...
Yeah, that's really everything. The letter kind of slipped my mind. The photos were more important at that time. There was some stuff about the local horror stories, though. Talked about the curses, and he was really fascinated with the story about a wraith asking for a sacrifice to move on. Kinda nasty if you ask me, but it does make sense if you simply go along with it. I'm not sure how this will help in the grand scheme of things. Why are you asking about this anyway?
Becca's been saying weird things lately.
Rebecca and I are still here.
Wow, that managed to help me. What the hell?
We'll manage one way or another.
Don't make it sound so easy. We have no idea what we're dealing with here.
I ain't saying it will be, but we gotta do something, yeah? Make sure this doesn't happen to anyone else.
He grins. None of it reaches his eyes, but it's a start. We've got to start picking up the piece somewhere and hope everything will turn out for the better at some point. And Ash, well, frustrations aside, he's always preferred taking matters into his own hands. However, a little reminder there are other people with him won't hurt.
You have a point.
I always do. You just don't listen.
If he minds the bluntness in my words, he doesn't show it. But little by little, things begin to look up, if only for a short while. Ash leaves mere minutes close to sundown. Whoops.
I never want to wake up to that kind of thing again. Finding out one of my friends has been found dead. Murdered in her own apartment. One person is enough.
Just skipping. Fuck that. I'm so done with the QTEs. Because I'm too scared. Oh boy. And I'm sure that's what Isabella would want if she was still here. And if he continues the way he is right now, I'm afraid he'll make a fatal mistake this time. From the room up the second floor... There are no lights inside and the windows are shut, but I'm sure whoever's singing is in there. And what?
Hold on a sec there.
It's difficult to get a decent view from my position, but something's odd about that window. The marks on the other side, rather, streak the color of copper running across wide glass panes. I can't make out most of it, if the strokes are meant to say something. Miss Wright's cleaning crew may have simply missed that room. Still, why I'd hear an old tune here of all places I won't know. It's not an obscure song by all means, but it is pretty rare to find someone who knows this. Oh boy. We gotta look into it. I can search for Ash, but what if it's too late by then? With how big this place is, he can be anywhere, and it's very likely by the time we come back, someone's already bit the dust. That, and the cries grow louder against my ear the longer I linger. Almost impossible to ignore, drawing me in like a moth to a flame. For a moment, I let myself shudder, shaking the uneasy feeling off my head. Wait. This can't be a good idea. Not by a long shot. Still, I've got to try. Searching takes a while. Eventually, I find a branch with the right distance and height to reach the window. Climbing the tree to get to it, however, is a whole different story altogether. I haven't done that since I was a school kid, but even then it's a struggle for me. I do manage to make it work somehow. I probably should have fucking saved. After a hard battle, a few bruises and scrapes to my arms, I'm hoisting myself up the window and falling right through the room where when the panel suddenly gives. The awful, putrid smell assaults me before the pain from the fall itself, and I have to fight the urge to puke right there. But what welcomes me as soon as I collect myself from the floor and open my eyes only serves to push the vomit up my throat.
Miss Harmon?
What the fuck? Paleness has overtaken her body, her limbs and face beginning to bloat. Wait, what? Yeah, this one she... And blood. So much blood. How many hours has it been? I would have approached her, but the foul smell permeating the room says all there is I need to know. She's been long gone. There's nothing I can do. I try not to gag, not to touch anything. My feet automatically backing away from the small pool of blood at her feet, from the bare walls, void of any colors except for the words, "Help me." Panic quickly surges in me. Of all the moments to be here, wrong place, wrong time. Shit. I've got to call someone. Ash, the authorities, anyone.
She's dead. She's dead. God damn it, she's dead.
Someone has to... Oh, fuck. A vase shatters at my feet. The sound of glass breaking, rending through the thick, foul air, sharp and cutting. But none of it sinks in. Not even the crunch of glass under my shoes as I take an uneasy step to steady myself. Instead, all I hear is the sound of footsteps and shuffling outside, their very urgency at odds with the hammering of my heart against my ribs. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I hate this! There's no comfort, no escape when the door opens. Mr. Luke Wright barges in the room, wide-eyed and seething with fury.
There should be a law against noise this early in the morning.
Hi. His eyes shift from me to Miss Hannah and to the mess of blood and shards on the floor. It doesn't take long for him to put two and two together. Easy for me to see what conclusion he got. I open my mouth, trying to weave some semblance of coherence amidst the cloud of panic and fear in my head.
Hannah, darling.
Oh, that's so fucked!
Buttercup,
Love, speak to me. I know this looks bad. You, what did you do?
Oh, of course, man. I mean, we know the truth, obviously. There's no question in that. Only an accusation.
I know this looks really bad, standing here in your house with a dead body, but I can explain. You killed her! Johans, get in here! Mr. Wright, this ain't what it is. Outside, there was a noise. Someone's crying. You killed her. Hannah. Oh, Hannah.
This is so fun.
Lovely, beautiful Hannah. I knew you were bad news the moment you showed up here. You have to believe me, sir.
Oh,
it wasn't me. I swear to God, it wasn't.
Yeah. A terrified Zachary went looking for Ashton in the Ermengarde mansion, but to no avail. He also tried to warn Luke Wright about the spirits supposedly living in the house, but was simply turned away. After hearing a young woman, Zachary snuck into the mansion and discovered Hannah's corpse, before being accused by Luke of murdering his wife. For a moment, there's only silence, an ache, and the room abruptly tilting on its axis, dimming.
Call the police. Get rid of this rubbish.
Certainly. Really be having tea this morning?
Bring it to my study and... clean up that awful stench.
Darkness falls. Fuck. The pain is the worst when I come to. A sharp, piercing ache somewhere at the back of my head, begging to be noticed.
You've got to stop this! We can't help you this way!
Alright, and now Zach's dead. Marianne. Alright. Alright, let me check the walkthrough real quick. Let's see. Alright, I need to check Marianne's here. So, I want to try and get through here.
We're both drunk.
Oh man, this kill 'em all route is just going nuts. Cry to the Lord, cry to myself. I don't even know what to make of that whole meltdown that happened with that strange document. If I were the client, I would have been very upset. She'd be in hot water for it.
The clients usually support artists of their own choice.
Guess, like, okay, I'm actually gonna, like, do this thing. Well, that didn't really help us with this, huh? I guess if we did have sex... I can redo it then. Straightening my jacket, I clear my throat and look at him dead in the eye. He isn't whiskey anymore. He's just another client that I have to cater to. Certainly I can reason with him. He might not be such a bad guy, as he didn't push when I told him no. Maybe that night had been a slip on his part. I have to at least make it clear that I'm here strictly on business, and that nothing is going to happen between us because of that night.
It'll be Miss McCulloch to you from now on, though. It'd be best if we keep things professional, Mr. Wright. I have an image to uphold, and I presume that the same goes for you. It won't do to have any untoward rumors about the two of us about a night that didn't even happen, no?
I'd like to keep calling you Mint, actually. If we're to convince everyone that nothing happened...
Nothing happened.
That'd be much, much more convincing.
Fine, but I'm only here as your interior designer. Nothing else.
That smarmy-ass smile. A very spooked Marianne accidentally bumped into Luke Wright. Although things were awkward between the two, Marianne insisted they keep things professional and simply forget about what happened nights ago. Alright.
You must have been quite the pair, Mrs. Wright. Hannah Evans and Luke Wright taking Luxbourne by storm. At least, that's what I've heard.
That gets a giggle out of her. And can I be blamed if I like the way her eyes crinkled, or how she sounded when she laughed?
Quite the celebrity couple, according to all the newspapers. But it wasn't always that way. Father certainly didn't approve of him at first. Why, he told me to stay away from him. Told me that I was too good for him.
Well, no shit.
That's the usual overprotective dad speak, though. But of course you know that.
I don't. I was too busy keeping my grades up at boarding school to maintain my scholarship. Never mind the fact that I went to an all-girls boarding school, so Father never had any reason to fuss over boys trying to date his little girl.
And what did you tell him? Considering you are Mrs. Wright now, you or the mister must have convinced him otherwise.
Yes, well, I told him I was my own woman and I could decide who was deserving of me or not on my own. Thank you very much. That never stopped him from making sure Luke couldn't get anywhere near me without an escort and a guard anyway. Though he certainly wasn't that overprotective when I was dating Jack.
Maybe your father considered this Jack a more capable man?
I doubt it. Jacqueline was nowhere close to being any sort of a role model when we were in college. She was rebellious, reckless, and immature. Everything I wasn't. But she was quite the charming, stunning woman, and I think that made her quite likable.
Oh. That takes me by surprise a lot more than by the fact that Mr. Wright's father-in-law didn't like him. Mr. Wright's father-in-law didn't like him. That much was to be expected. But this? I have nothing against them because that's their thing, though the nuns and the priests would say otherwise. Although, wasn't she worried about the implications, the rumors that would have arisen about her dating another of the same sex? Especially with someone of her social status.
You look surprised, Marianne. The first thing anybody needs to know about me is that I go after what I want. And when it comes to who I love, it doesn't matter to me whether they're a man or a woman.
It's a nice enough sentiment. Still, the thought that this lovely lady before me had once been with another woman? I can feel my cheeks heat up a bit and I panic, thinking they might be red enough for Mrs. Wright to notice. I can't tell, though a coy smile graces her lips.
Legs, we called her, because of how often she was running about because of one thing or another. Climbing up walls in, what do they call it now? Parkour. And also because of her, well, legs.
They were nice, weren't they?
And you went after her?
Not right away. When I first met her, I wanted nothing to do with her. She was so improper and uncouth. But I slowly realized that didn't mean she was a bad person. On the contrary, she did many a good thing and was always so nice to others. I found myself confused. I couldn't figure out if I wanted to be her or wanted to be with her. So I approached her, told her that I might have fancied her.
And your father didn't mind?
He must have thought it was my form of rebellion. But he never watched out for Jack as much as he watched out for Luke. If I didn't love my father so much, if he hadn't raised me right, I think I might have told him to bugger off. He's never been more attentive of me than when I started bringing home dates.
I'm sure he loved you very much.
She laughs once more, a glow about her. I know, she says with a small smile.
I suppose I've taken too much of your time with my silly stories. You still have much to inspect.
I still have most of this floor, and I'll want a quick run-through of the ground floor again later.
I shan't keep you from your work any longer then. Just call me if you need anything. I'd like to look around myself.
When she turns to leave, she glances back at me before disappearing into the foyer. Alright. Hopefully that helped. Beruthiel, too bad you're gonna die again today. Wait, are we already at the end of her route? Oh my god. Almost. Sorry, I was just checking to see.
You're not gonna go out there and join Mrs. Wright?
That's fine.
I take it the investigation isn't going well.
When does it ever? But that's not the problem, no. It's...
There's a sound of a mug being slammed down on the counter. It manages to catch my attention for a split second before I zone out again.
It doesn't matter how I am or how my investigation is going, alright?
Don't take that tone with me, boy.
Fuck?
You know I'm only concerned. You're drinking too much as is, and I've never seen you drink before when you were here. Not once. You've been sulking here for over an hour now, which is unusual in itself. So tell me what's going on, because I'm pretty sure alcohol don't have the answer you're looking for.
That's fine, because all the answers I need are probably from you. Just give me what you know and I'll be out of your hair.
This about that torn-up girl on the news?
I guess there's just no voice?
It doesn't matter. I'm here to talk business.
I love that idea of just like, hit me, baby, one more time. Alright, so this is stop. Alright, stop. Yes! Okay, good. We're on this path. Good. Alright, well, because we are... So, look at this. Ending 2, variant A. Ending 1, variant B. Alright. I really do want to stay with her. I'm getting tired of pretending, of lying to myself. And the fact that I'm admitting this to myself now of all times only brings to light how Lorraine was right about me all along. I should have listened to her.
But, Lorraine, you're dead. How can we even stay together?
I know. And it's your fault, isn't it? You tore us apart.
Let me see here.
But now, you can put us back together again.
How fucked up is this gonna get? And now that I have the choice to fix what I had done to us, then who am I to do otherwise?
I'm so sorry. I must look like a right mess.
I'm here, Em. I'm here now, don't you worry. Come here.
It takes everything I have not to tear up at the sight of her. She reaches out and slips her fingers through mine before pulling me away from the tunnel and towards the mirror. Our reflection, a grown woman and a teenager barely past her prime, lends a bizarre light to this whole scene.
I can't imagine how you've been so alone all these years. I left you, Lorraine. I didn't mean to, but that's what I did. I don't even know if you can ever forgive me.
Don't cry. Doesn't suit your pretty face. Besides, I don't have to be alone anymore, do I? You're here for me, aren't you? You'll never leave me again, will you?
My mouth goes dry as she looks at me. That isn't the plan. This isn't closure. Yet her hand in mine makes me believe that this is real. She's real, and that's all that matters. Nothing else.
Yes, of course. I wouldn't dare leave you.
You swear you won't leave me?
I swear to God, I won't, Lorraine.
Though her smile remains, I can only describe her expression as sad. She walks around until she stands just behind me and wraps her arms around my waist. I nearly crumble with how I am in her arms once more. And when she puts her chin in the crook of my neck, and I feel her hot breath on my neck, I'm filled with both joy and grief. The scent of chocolate, almonds, honey, and beer surrounded me. My first taste of love. The love that I had denied. It had been so bittersweet.
God's not the only one you're making promises to, Marianne. Swear it to me. Or
Even better. Prove it to me.
So is this gonna be like the same fucking thing again, except we just had to like have the chance to go with closure?
I'll stay forever with you, Lorraine. I swear it to you. How do I even prove it to you?
Simple.
She presses something in my hand. A large glass shard from a wine bottle, cold and sharp.
You join me.
Is she suggesting that I...
Die for me.
Alright, I'm gonna fucking censor right now.
Lorraine! That's...
I'm taking the preemptive and censoring right here because I don't want you guys to see that.
How can I?
How can I even do such a thing?
There's no need to be scared. I'll be here for you until the end, Marianne. Even if you hadn't done the same for me. But that's the only way I can forgive you. The only way we can be together again.
Yup, it's... She guides my hand, raising the glass shard. My own hands are weak, as is my will, and I can only bare my neck to do with as she wishes. There's no reason, no self-preservation, as I mindlessly welcome my own death, as if it will lead me to my salvation. I feel nothing at first, other than the glass touching my skin like a caress, until a stinging sensation blooms from my neck. The pain sears and burns like nothing I've felt before, and every breath intensifies the feeling. Even if I wanted to cry out and scream, I can only cough as a slick, metallic taste coats my tongue. The most I can do is beyond that is rasp out, calling for her name. Cold and weak, I grow worse by the second. I cough with each ragged breath, expelling the blood that I'm inhaling through my slit throat.
Shush now. It'll be over soon. Really soon.
There's a moment of doubt, as I remember that the devil was once the most beautiful angel in heaven. That I shouldn't be deceived by such beauty. But in my final moments, all of that is soon forgotten. My mouth twitches. I can't muster even the smallest of smiles anymore. But I'll be with Lorraine. Man, people are dying today. And there's another memory fragment. Hey, Marianne. Whoops, wrong one. Now I gotta skip through shit. Alright, and thankfully because we know how Rebecca dies, we can just go with her route. Well, 4 out of 7 characters are dead now. But in practice, it's far from an easy task. Not that there's a great lack of things to chat about. Quite the opposite, in fact, and getting in a conversation with him is a breeze when you're already familiar with him. It just so happens that, by nature, Ashton and I are people rarely predisposed to small talk. He'll stick to his music, I'll keep to my books, as if living in a world of our own. There's a sort of understanding in it, in Solitude's appeal, that only the two of us appear to grasp. Like this, we don't have to talk. The other's company is almost always enough. That's what I believed then, anyway. Until our small bubble grew to include more than just us, and little by little we've begun to move away from that tiny, quiet sanctuary. Somehow, words have ceased to be more than just a mere option after, and picking the right one is now a necessity.
So, you were at the mansion?
A question innocent enough, yet the air changes around him almost palpably. And when his lips form a thin line and his jaw tenses, I know right away he's found the words I've chosen a huge bother to answer, if not utterly unnerving. The why confuses me. The careful tone he takes even more so. Normally I'd back away as soon as the mood around him shifts, before his response even comes. But the change prods at that ugly little feeling I've been keeping at bay since earlier. Somehow, whatever his answer will be, feels like that it'll sate something more than just my curiosity.
What about it?
Oh, just wondering, I guess. It simply didn't cross my mind you'd be there, is all.
I happened to pass by.
Well, that's different. Your cases rarely ever take you out of Luxborn, don't they? What changed this time?
What makes you think a case is the reason why I was out there?
Maybe it's because you don't usually go out of town much? I could count on one hand the number of times you did in the past 5 years, you know.
Only 5 times to be exact. Once on a trip to a nearby county where his father lives. Twice to stay with Zachary's grandparents for the weekend upon their invitation, and another to attend to 2 of his mum's concert performances overseas. Basically, if he thinks it doesn't concern him, he won't budge from where he's already made himself comfortable. That, and he hates going on long drives, much less on trips taking him away from the city. If he ever gives the impression of a lazy guy at first glance, well, that's exactly what he is. His little detour today, though, if it wasn't for a case, then what else can it be? Really, he needs to give me more credit than that.
Anselm's hardly out of town. It's a 30-minute drive, Becca.
True, but I know you. You most certainly aren't there for a stroll or the view.
Did it even occur to you I might be checking the open house?
You hate gatherings like that.
I like them well enough when I have to.
Don't kid yourself. Why would you even need a mansion that big? You barely stay in your own flat.
Shirley needs a fancy garage?
Will you quit this sass? And I doubt Belle even invited your ass over there. You're the last person she'd ever want to see while hosting an open house. You do annoy her sometimes.
Rebecca, Christ, why do I always have to spell everything out? I already said it. I just happened to pass by. It was after I finished some work. No one invited anyone. Isabella has got nothing to do with it. I invited myself. End of story.
Wow, you just spilled your own doom right there. There's no anger in his tone. It's merely the sound of finality, of wanting to be done with this whole dumb exchange. But the weight it carries snaps the last line, keeping that awful feeling and my own temper in check. It snowballs from there. My mouth moves before any other rational thought catches up to it.
So there is a case. You don't have to keep those things from me. Just say you have one. I'm not asking you to explain anything.
Why do you even want to know if there is one in the first place? And even if there is, you know the details are always off limits.
I don't. I couldn't care less if it's a case or not. But I could stand to be answered properly instead of being given vague, mindless answers. It's a simple yes or no question, Ash, for goodness sake.
You've known longer than anyone how I work, Rebecca. This shouldn't be surprising to you.
Why are we getting into all the arguments this stream?
Ashton, in case you didn't notice, people do worry about you. Every time you're out who knows where, playing your little detective game. Is that such a hard concept to grasp?
Well, maybe you should have said so in the first place instead of... Damn it. Just drop this, Rebecca. This isn't going anywhere.
What the bloody hell is your problem? You've been in this stupid, wretched mood since earlier. At least try to hold an actual conversation if you can't be bothered to tell why you're in such a black mood.
I could say the same thing about you. Can we just move on to something else, please? I've heard enough arguments to fill my quota for the day. If we keep at it, this is going to end up worse than the one we had with Isabella.
One name. A hush overcomes me. Not because his words have completely tempered my anger. No, it's still there. It swells, churns, rages within me, waiting. But whatever else I've yet to say born from it, I hold it back. All of them. Every bitter word, I leave them all unspoken, in favor of giving a quiet voice to that one tiny realization. The very same one that awful feeling has been whispering to my ears all this time.
It wasn't really because of a case, was it? You were there for something else.
Someone else.
How did you even get to that? Didn't we already establish why I was there? Why are we going back to this again?
You could have just said so. It's not like it would make a difference. In the end, she's not even here.
Shit!
Wait, what the hell are you going on about this time?
I could have easily answered that one. Perhaps with a good serving of the anger that has been stewing inside me, seasoned with more venom than I'm accustomed to showing him. He's lucky Zachary chooses that moment to show up, carrying bags of popcorn on both arms and totally oblivious to what occurred. I couldn't have asked for a better moment for someone to interfere.
Sorry, Ash, they ran out of... am I interrupting something?
A smile is the only answer I give him, before I stand up and gesture for him to take the seat I vacated. When I start speaking again, my tone is as casual as I can manage, above the struggle with my own frustration.
No harm done. We were just talking.
Really? Just talking? This ain't a good time, we can postpone this.
Just take the damn seat, Zach.
He immediately does so, albeit awkwardly, while I flop down next to him.
Okay. Clue me in if someone's about to lose it. Just so, you know, I can get out before anything happens.
Man, this kill 'em all route really is just like argument, argument, argument. And that's that. The movie starts minutes after. But for the better half of the evening, only a strained mood permeates in the air between us, my own irritation winding and unwinding inside me. In the midst of it all, a single thought nudges at me. Would it have been any different if Isabella were here? That little disagreement with Ashton feels like a warning sign already, and it's not a line I'm willing to test tonight. He doesn't even spare me a look when he slides his phone back to his pocket and answers.
Oh, yeah. I need to double check something with the guys at the precinct.
Rebecca and Ashton were seen chatting while waiting for the movie start. What could have been a nice moment turned sour when the two ended up having an argument. On her way home, Rebecca glimpsed something suspicious sitting at the backseat of her car. Oh, we're just fucking up here, my guy. Oh boy. Is this when she finds Isabella's body? It begins normally enough.
Isabella, I don't have time for this. Open up.
Uh-oh. Or as normal as shouting outside her room could get this early in the evening. On a Monday, no less. This isn't how I want to start my week, but here I am trying not to make a fool of myself in front of anyone who happens to pass by. I'm not even sure if our landlady's home yet, and I sure hope not. She won't like this ruckus. But it's not like we haven't had an argument before. We have. Plenty of times. There's that one time with the groceries, and another that has something to do with the mess in her room. Sometimes it has to do with my eating habits, or her eating habits. There's also the one in the movie house a few days ago, but that one got resolved pretty uneventfully. Or so I'd like to believe. She seemed to be in a good mood when she asked us all out for that little celebratory treat. Anyway, the point is, we didn't go through 5 years worth of being friends without having a little argument here and there. Granted, it can get pretty petty at times, but none of them have pushed either of us to end the friendship. Yet. Although most of them do end up with her sulking in her room until I pull her out of it. A child through and through. This morning, however...
You're still not going to believe me, even if someone else already died, no?
There really comes a point when you need to smack some sense into people. It's murder. The authorities said so. And yet she's still going on about the Halloween prank like it's that bloody letter's fault.
It's a piece of paper, Isabella. What can a piece of paper do? Give you a paper cut? I swear, you can be so frustrating at times.
I know Rose is a close friend to her, but she's doing her death a huge disservice by being like this. Taking out my mobile, I dial her number and sure enough her own rings from the other side of the door. I don't hang up in case something possesses her to answer or she's just sleeping, but I've been going at this for 15 minutes now. If she didn't hear me after that, she sure as hell is ignoring me. On purpose!
Isabella, I know you're in there. Can you please stop this nonsense? You're acting worse than my students when they're throwing a tantrum. You're not a kid anymore.
A minute. And another. Then I'm ending the call while fishing out a copy of her key from my bag and unlocking the door. She lent it years ago after I complained about the mess and offered my help in cleaning up. I thought the gesture was completely unnecessary. Then, after all, I could always knock. But she never did bother taking them from me, always returning it or turning it away from the conversation whenever I insist. At one point, I've simply stopped trying to hand it back to her. Good thing I did. Now her stubbornness is coming in handy. For once, she did something right. Miracles and miracles, isn't it?
Isabella, I'm coming in and we are going to talk.
Oh, God. Without waiting for her answer, I push the door open and march inside. Her lights are off. Although the telly is running, it merely gives the room a dim glow. Dimmer than it used to be, in fact, mainly due to its age. She bought that set from a secondhand store nearby. It's been with her since she started living here, though she doesn't really watch anything on it. Even on weekends, she doesn't seem to have any use for it. It's just for background noise, so the place wouldn't be as quiet if she was working at home. She told me before how much she misses the clamor of the city, and here in Salem, well, it's just quiet everywhere. That silence bothered her more than anything new and unfamiliar she encountered in her first year here. If the rent isn't cheap, she probably would have moved away already. It's an odd side of hers, but there are worse ones.
Like when she's moping.
I find her sitting at her work desk, bent over the mess of papers and folders littering the top, nose almost touching the paper she's working on. On one end, I can make out the silhouette of a stack of empty noodle cups, though I fight the unexpected urge to wrinkle my nose at the sight. Her cleaning habits are also the least of my concerns right now. I can reprimand her later for it. But first, we talk and put an end to those silly misconceptions she's been feeding her mind.
We need to talk about this letter nonsense.
She doesn't answer. She doesn't move. She's given me the silent treatment because I won't buy her little horror story. Just the thought of it irks me and prods at my already short temper. And with each second that passes, it grows ever shorter.
Isabella, I know you're busy.
Oh boy.
I'll let you go back to your work once we sort this out. You can't keep going on like this.
Still no response. And slowly, frustration begins to seep into my tone.
Why must you always be so difficult?
Then, anger.
I'm telling you to listen to me! Oh, will you face me? I'm talking to you, Isabella!
We might be seeing some gore here, folks. Without warning, I've given her an ample number of those. I'm marching across her room. Each of my stride brisk and heavy with purpose when it's not stepping on the apparent wet mess that forces my whole body to freeze. Rather, it's the sudden smell permeating the air. Bitter, sharp, thick enough that I can almost taste it. My hand hastily goes to cover my nose, but even then the acrid smell still reeks. Like the smell of iron reacting to the skin when rubbed. Like blood. My gaze shifts to Isabella's back, head still bent over her table, unmoving. In this light, I can't get a good look at her, but I know for sure she wouldn't simply leave a puddle here. Not when she's working on paper she could accidentally spill on. A puddle of what, though? I don't want to make any hasty judgments yet, despite what my mind screams at me. It could be anything. There could be a leak here somewhere or whatever. But despite what I tell myself, fear easily worms its way to my voice when I call out to her again.
Isabella?
Something heavy lodges itself to my throat.
Belle?
The sound of my heartbeat thrashes against my ears.
Belle? Answer me! Please!
With a trembling hand, I reach for her shoulder, and as gently as I can, I turn her around. Alright, get ready for some gore. We might be seeing a close-up of that photo we saw. Yup! That's what I figured! My heart stops. A chill runs down my spine. Every edge, every corner in the room suddenly goes sharp. I can't breathe. And before I know it, my horrified scream ripples through the air. Into the meat grinder. Jesus, I'm trying my best here. Angry and fuming about her friend's behavior lately, Rebecca decided it was time to have the long talk. Upon entering Isabella's apartment, though, something seemed very, very wrong. Alright, let me check something real quick. Got another message. My poor... Into the meat grinder! That's such a fucked up thing. Let's see. Esto. Whoops, I did it again. God damn it. Alright. A few hours afterwards, the whole place dissolves into chaos. Nameless people in white suits moving in and out of the room. Fellow tenants crowding the nearby hallway to get a glimpse of whatever's inside. Excuse me. Paramedics and police officers trying to corral a growing group downstairs. At some point, nosy journalists have started flocking in, likely for a scoop. Because it's a scoop no matter how much I want all of them to stay away. to not look at her.
Not like this. That isn't how you should see her.
It's a commotion. But amidst the ambulance's bright flashing lights, the murmurs of the curious bystanders, barely any of it registers. Hell, I can hardly remember anything when my landlady pulls me out of the room. I don't feel her hand get against my shoulders as she ushers me out. I don't hear her muttered reassurances. Is it a gentle touch of comfort? How does her voice sound? They all come out empty, each of them falling hollow on my deafened ears. Because she's gone. She's gone. Yet I can't even bring myself to shed a single tear. Much as I will myself, no matter how much I repeat the words in my head, none of it will come out.
What's wrong with me?
We're friends, aren't we? I should be crying. If not, I should be angry at whoever did this to her. Anything. Anything better than this cold, empty feeling at the bottom of my stomach. Anything better than standing around here like a useless numpty that I am, watching all these people zip by and examine her like she's just some other victim.
Female, around 20 to 25 years old.
Distant.
Time of death must be less than 5 or 6 hours ago.
Impersonal.
Course, still unknown.
Everything about her, now broken down to ruthless statistics. She has a name, damn it! She has friends here! She has a family waiting for her back home! Someone! Someone, please!
Crime scene?
Second floor, sir. Just upstairs. Second room after the stairs.
Ashton?
Hold on a sec. Did you say second room after the stairs?
Exactly what I said, sir. CSM should be there to brief you further on the scene. But, if I may, Inspector, you really don't want to see the body right now. Inspector Abigail had to excuse herself for a while after, you know.
I'll be the judge of that. Thanks.
His voice drifting from the stairs below falls like a splash of cold water on me. Somehow, at the familiar tone of it, the world that has suddenly tilted sideways has righted itself. Every color, every sound rushes back in, and my head immediately snaps up in search of him. Another officer stops him upon reaching the floor, but a quick show of his badge is enough for them to allow him in. He doesn't waste any time. Ash quickly makes a beeline for the room and passes by where I'm standing without so much as a glance. He doesn't seem to have noticed me. His steps are even and sure as he walks by, his jaw clenched in a tight line, a complete departure from the easygoing air he gives off when he's with us. Like this, it's hard to think of that Ashton and the one in front of me as the same person. But a worry creases on his forehead, a stiffness on the lines of his shoulders. And I know the moment that expression is on him that this news should not just come from some crime scene manager. I should say something. I need to say something. Call out to him. Stop him. Because more than anyone, he shouldn't be the one taking on this case. He may be someone who will understand how I feel about this, who knew the kind of person Isabella was. But will he be able to go at this with the same passive indifference his associates have? Of course, I never doubt his capability. That's a given, and he's already proven that more than once. But this may not be easy for him. What should I do? How should I even put it? Oh, fuck. What do I say? Try to tell him myself or stop Ash? Hopefully that's good enough. I don't know. Let's see, stop Ash or try to tell him myself. Fuck, I don't know. Damn it! Come on! He doesn't need to see this. My arm moves before I can think twice on it, closing a hand around his elbow and clutching onto it tightly like a lifeline. Naturally, it startles him, but his confusion quickly melts away to something softer when he recognizes me. Still, he assumes a reprimanding tone, and suddenly I'm not sure if this is a good idea anymore.
Becca, I've got to...
Don't go in there!
Easier said than done. It's all in his face when he averts his gaze and promptly untangles my fingers from his arm.
I have to. I'm on duty, Becca.
I'm aware of that. But please, just this time, don't go in there.
You know I can't do that.
There are other officers here who can handle this. Why can't you sit this out for once? You don't have to go in there. They don't know her. It'll be better if they...
The tight set in his jaw is back when he gently pushes me away, his hands gripping both my shoulders firmly, more strained than he ever did before. It makes me doubt it if he himself believes what he says next.
That's precisely why I have to be the one on this.
No!
Ash, I saw her with my own eyes. It's... You shouldn't... Shouldn't that be enough?
Stop this, Rebecca. This could get you in trouble with the law. Stay here. I'll be back.
His tone leaves no room for argument. I see the moment he tucks it all away. His apprehension, the growing anxiety in his stomach, even the part of himself he showed us so openly before. The friendly, easygoing Ash, he hides it all. He hides it all, builds an even thicker wall around it. He crosses the police tape without looking back and walks into the room an entirely different person. And from my place in the doorway, I witness all of it. How he never flinches nor gags at the smell of blood. How he studies and takes everything in with a straight face. How his voice drifts from inside the room every time he asks a question, in a tone even and collected. How he checks the victim's, Isabella's, lifeless body without batting an eye, going about his work as if nothing ever happened at all. As if this isn't someone he knew personally.
Doesn't this faze you at all?
Before long, Ashton goes back out the hallway, still with the same impassive look on him. He waves someone over. Another officer? Forensics? Paramedic? After witnessing that, everything has become a daze for me. The next thing I know, someone's draping a blanket over my shoulders.
Make sure she's okay and calm enough before they start taking her statement.
I don't protest when the medic starts leading me downstairs. She's speaking in hushed tones about an ambulance, though I don't understand much from it. But there's a thump. Muffled. Dull. Enough for me to miss it have I not looked back, and the sight that greets me upon doing so is what leaves a mark in my memory before descending the stairs. There, Ashton stands with his back turned away from me, his shoulders shaking, a fist clenched firmly against the wall. Clutched tightly on his other hand is a phone. Red, old by today's standards. Isabella's. And from its speakers rings a last message she probably never bothered to listen to, as well as a familiar voice.
Okay, listen. I personally know the guy. He might be able to help. I can easily get in touch with him if you want, so...
I thought we all agree there'd be no work calls tonight. Pay up, Ash. That pizza fund box needs some cash.
Sorry, just a sec, Becca. Hey,
Oh.
If you get this message, just let me know, okay? I'll free my sketch if you want to check with him. No fees attached. I promise. Bye.
And just like that, I have my answer. Does this faze him? No. He's worked plenty of cases before this one. He's got almost a decade of experience on that. Nothing news and seen in dealing with a dead body for him. But it hurts him. This hurts him more than anything. Detective Inspector Ashton Frey arrived at the crime scene to find Rebecca in a daze. After a brief talk at the inspector's orders, a paramedic pulled her away to help her calm down before her witness statement was taken. Damn it. Please stream for another hour and a half. Oh boy, I'll try. I'll try. I'm on a kill 'em all route, so. Go. That's such a fucking... Alright. Things are far less busy where the paramedic guides me downstairs. By this time, the entire flat complex has been sealed off from any outsiders, though a considerable number of people have already flocked in front of the building. Reporters, gossips, onlookers. The size of them will probably grow until the important-looking officers clear out from the area. Joy of joys. On the far side of the parking lot, a few officers interview some of the tenants, particularly the ones living closer to us. Some of them offer me pitying looks when I pass by, all of which I do my best to ignore. I don't need them. Even the sympathetic smile the medic shoots my way, I return with less enthusiasm. She is, however, kind enough to escort me to get whatever I need. The investigators will be closing off the premises while the forensics gather evidence, she informs me. And of all the things to cross my mind first...
My mail.
Instead of any basic necessities someone in their right mind would think of first. Ridiculous. Yet she doesn't say anything, simply nods and tells me to lead the way. For that I'm grateful. Sometimes the silence is enough. And sometimes familiar sounds are enough. Even something as simple as the creaking of an old mailbox, once I pull its lid down, and the shuffling of paper against my fingers as I go through today's mail.
Bills, brochures, a letter for Mom and Dad. I should probably call them, let them know.
There's the invitation.
And another one of Isabella's mail wound up in my mailbox. I should probably give this.
My hand tenses, fingers lightly tracing the name, her name, printed in bold letters at the top left area of the envelope. This will never reach her now. She'll never be able to read this now. A breathless chuckle. A ragged breath. A trembling hand over my mouth. Then, for the first time tonight, tears well up from deep within. She's gone. The following morning arrives unlike any other day before it, glaringly bright and clear. The fact that it comes with an extra helping of the unusual October weather doesn't help either. Although I appreciate catching a glimpse of an unclouded sky after last week's bout of sickness, the sun is simply shining a little too much today. Considering how the world has completely tilted on its axis last night. Too warm, too cheerful, a stark reminder of her, of the kind of person she is, she was.
That'll take some getting used to.
Everything will take some getting used to. Maybe it might have helped more if her name wasn't already on every imaginable local broadsheet and news program, if everything around me didn't evoke a memory or two. But that isn't how this usually works, does it? Easing into these thoughts, learning to go through a day without an entire person that always used to be there. 5 years may be fleeting, but it's enough time for someone to grow on you. Enough time for them to be a significant part of anyone's lives. And it's not just mine, but Ashton and Zachary's as well. Bloody hell. A fist fight almost broke out between those two just because of this whole thing. Neither was at fault, of course. The emotions were high at the time. They seemed to still be on speaking terms when I left, but...
I wonder if those two are going to be okay.
I suppose this is all part of the coping thing. A mess happens, we're left to pick up the pieces after, and not everything is going to be pleasant. It's always about making do of what you have, and if that means getting stuck staying at an inn while the police finish off their investigation, well, there's nothing I can do about that now. Luckily, the nearby cafe's manager is also kind enough to offer me a space where I can temporarily put the sudden mess that is my life in proper order. I've been sitting here for a few hours now. The manager gave me the table at the far end of the corner of the shop. The manager gave me the table at the far end corner of the shop, and for the most part I was left alone. She might have something to do about that as well, which I'm also thankful for. Were it not for her, what's left of my morning and the rest of my afternoon might not have gone as uneventful as it did. By sunset, I've already downed a few cups of coffee, informed St. Goretti I'd be taking a leave of absence today, and finished much of the tasks I've got scheduled today. Still pretty productive when everything's taken into account. All that's left for me to deal with is the mail, specifically the letter addressed for Mum and Da, and the call I have to make because of it. I've been ignoring it the whole day, putting it off for one reason or another. Worried, afraid of what they'll hear in my voice after last night. Of course, it's not like I'm not used to being caught in situations like this or having to deliver news while feeling under the weather. This isn't the first time after all. Over the years this has become some sort of tradition, because their time in the academia naturally brought with it connections. People from other fields, art, science, business, politics, you name it. Along with it are occasional invitations to parties or some gatherings. This one, though, gives off a much personal vibe. Letters like this usually come from old students, people who've grown fond of my parents, and they in turn treat like children of their own. Alright, we technically have already read this. But I know for a fact there's no way we're going to be able to skip past this. Alright. Yeah.
Hi, Mum.
Well enough.
Oh, no.
I'm alright, in case there isn't.
Nothing big. Just
Okay.
that mail arrived for you. I got it last night, but things happened.
A lie. Thankfully, she doesn't notice. Although, if I'm going to be honest, a small part of me yearns for her to do so and ask me about it. But I put down that idea almost as soon as it surfaces. I shouldn't make them fret. They're busy.
Raise your glass. Becca Manor. You are from. And that.
Yep, I know.
Honey, it's hard. Didn't she get married? But
Yes.
This.
Oh, that's. I guess.
Yeah, we've seen this before.
The event will be. It's all right.
I see.
Mom, but if.
Oh. Let's see. If not, I can always bring Isabella with me, is what I'd say. What I've gotten into the habit of saying recently. Turns out I'm going to have to grow out of that sooner than expected. Hastily, I correct myself before they know anything amiss in my tone.
I can handle the.
Okay, if it's
No problem, Mum.
please
so really. It felt like having two dogs still.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to it.
We'll do. Bye.
Alright. Soon I'm leaning forward on the table, cushioning my head against my arms and closing my eyes. The last sound I hear is the news, the same headline from this morning.
The authorities are still trying to find the cause of death for all the victims. Early investigation revealed most of them were employed under Briar Realty Corporation at the time of death.
My friend sent me a message.
Meanwhile, BRC has refused to comment on this.
Before I drift off to sleep. Oh. Alright. My friend has asked me to stream for another hour and a half, so I'm gonna be doing it, which means this is gonna be a long one. So I will be right back. I'm gonna go get a quick drink, because my throat is dry. Alright, sorry about that. I'm back. Something reeks. A heavy, festering scent clinging to the air, wrapping itself around me like little tendrils I'm unable to shake off. Like fingers curling around my neck, twisting, winding. I can almost taste it in my mouth. At my feet, water laps against my ankles, and with every step, every ripple created, the stench only grows stronger. But I push on, pulled further by an indistinct voice in the distance.
No, I'm not at the office. Oh, never mind. We're not safe. Not anywhere.
The clutter that greets me inside is familiar. The empty noodle cup stacked on one end, yet to be disposed for some mundane reason. The pile of clothes to be pressed and folded. She'll get to it later, she promised. Files and papers strewn about the limited space she has, all because she needs to take her work home sometimes.
You didn't see what's in her room. That's not something another human being would do. Come on, Rebecca. You have to believe me this time.
It's stronger here. The smell. More suffocating, more invading. But there, at the far corner, she sits, bent over the mess littering the top of her work desk, nose almost touching the papers on it. I call out to her. Once. Twice. My voice only brimming with anger and frustration.
You're still not going to believe me, even if someone else already died, no?
She doesn't respond. Something heavy lodges itself to my throat. The sound of my heartbeat thrashes against my ears. With a trembling hand, I reach for her shoulder, and gently as I can, I turn her around.
No, I'm sorry. Wake up, please. Wake up.
I wake up with a gasp, with my heart hammering hard against my chest and my lungs threatening to strain themselves from the sheer force of breathing.
Stop. Stop thinking about it, Becca.
It takes a while before reality once again sets in, for me to remember where I am. Here, there's none of that clutter. No unkempt beds she keeps forgetting to put in order. No papers littering every other surface my eyes can reach. No clothes left in a jumbled pile somewhere. No empty instant noodle cups I use to remind her to clean up every other day. Only tables carefully laid out for the customers. The soundless whir of the ceiling fans above. The murmurs of people dining in, and the strong fragrance of coffee and freshly baked pastries. A sense of sharp relief overcomes me, and a long-held breath escapes.
It'll pass. This'll pass.
Close by, I can sense the manager eyeing me with his concerned glance. Beside her, the night shift guy at the counter is doing the same thing, his eyes darting from the telly in their kitchen and me. I brush it all away with a wave of my hand and start gathering my things. I'm out the door and into the busy Luxbourne night streets before they begin asking questions. Before yesterday's ghosts catch up to me. And yet I end up back here. It's quiet now. From where I stand on the opposite side of the street, only the forensics and the scene investigators are moving in and out of the place. There are a few onlookers, sure, but none of them dare come close unlike the last time. Some reporters are still asking the one on duty questions, jotting down notes from time to time, taking curious glances around. I might have to start speaking in a softer voice because my throat is starting to die. But otherwise, everything's peaceful in the area despite the hubbub this morning. If I squint, I can probably pretend things have gone back to normal after a day. However, until now, the memories are fresh. Even the smell of blood seems to linger in the air, holding onto it, clinging to it like a bitter reminder of what we lost in a single night. Crevens, the smell is yet to wash out from my hands. I've tried, burned through a whole bottle of soap at the inn, only for the scent to last no more than a few hours. Then there's the images. That single instant when I touched her shoulder, the lifeless look in her eyes when her head lobbed backwards and her arms fell lifelessly to her sides. However, more than that, more than I care to confess, is the guilt, and it feels more real than the scent or the memories. We fought that morning, outright shouted at each other.
Would it have changed anything if we didn't?
If I had treated her ideas, real or not, with less harshness, would anything have changed?
Would she still be here?
I guess I'll never know now. I let out another sigh. Another reprieve from what's weighing down on me. One of the many I've been allowing to slip out from my mouth lately. In a few days, they'll finally allow us back here, to return to our lives, and for those who are left behind, to begin the process of mending. By then, will accepting be a little easier? I'd like to believe so. Suddenly exhausted, I begin my walk back to my temporary home, where I can pretend all of this never happened before reality kicks in again. But short of crossing the street, a voice rings out, cutting through the thick silence, stopping me in my tracks.
What? Wait, Chief, no!
Frey, listen first.
You're in on this, aren't you?
Watch your tone, Frey. This isn't up for discussion.
Hello? A closer look reveals 3 people standing near a police mobile. One of them is Ashton and LPD's chief inspector? The mobile blocks my view of the third person, but judging from the voice alone, it's Inspector Abigail. It appears to be some kind of regular police talk, but with the tone and how loud they're all speaking, it's close to brewing into a full-blown argument. Ashton in particular looks like as if he wants to punch something. Or someone.
I was assigned here, Chief.
And might I remind you again, I can very well reassign you someplace else if you don't listen. much less keep yourself in check.
I heard you the first time. I just don't see why there's a need for this. I'm doing my job, aren't I?
So I'm assuming this is, this is him potentially getting reassigned off of Isabella's case. In which case, that's honestly fine.
Of course you don't see it. Should I give you a quick briefing? You snapped at a grand total of 5 people today. 5. Record-breaking, really, when it was at 0 before. That doesn't count the ones from the forensics company, by the way.
No one's asking, Abigail.
Have you taken a look at yourself since this morning? I think Officer Carl might be a little afraid of you now, in fact. First time you lashed out on him like that. Actually, that was the first time we ever heard you lash out at anyone, and I must admit that was quite a show while it lasted.
I did not lash out at Officer Carl, or anyone. Stop exaggerating things.
Oh, do you want to bet on that? Because I'm in serious need of cash right now.
I honestly wish there was a sprite for her here.
Christ, Abigail, I already told you it was just...
Or is it because of the victim? I heard you were friends with her, but this is getting a bit out of hand for a friend, don't you think? Is there something you're not telling us?
He falters into silence. A pained expression falls across his face as his hands clench into fists. It doesn't last, but in that short second, I caught a glimpse of what he's been thinking, what's been going through his mind the entire time. Just like the night before, and that last glimpse of him with his back turned against me. But to see it up close, so openly displayed in front of other people, is an entirely different thing. He's never one to let his walls down like that. Now it's falling apart piece by piece without his meaning to.
That's none of your business.
Oh, no, it is my business, all right? I'm the one running this investigation, and you know how I do everything. This one most certainly does not have a place for young detectives with a bloody temper. You better stand down, hotshot, or I'm kicking you out with or without Chief here. My crime scene, my rules.
I don't have a fucking bloody temper. Will you give it a rest already?
Why does this have to... Why is it always with... Man, it really does mean, like, when Isabella's the heart of the group, that, like, if she's dead, everything goes to shit.
Enough! Frey, get out of here. Take a chill pill. I don't need someone reckless running around this crime scene right now.
Chief, you can't be serious.
I am, I can, and I just did. Go on, out of this place, out of my sight.
I'm in the middle of...
Pass it to Abigail. All of it. She'll handle this for now until... I don't know. Till your head's back in its proper place.
No, you can't just...
Frey, this is an order. Take a bloody chill pill. Or go get some coffee, ice cream, whatever it is you like to eat. I don't care, as long as you clear your head. Come back when you've stopped looking like you want to dismember the person next to you. Is that clear?
Chief, please, not this case. I
asked. Did I make myself clear, Detective Inspector?
This sucks, man. Like, this is after we got them together, too. Another pause. This one far heavier than the previous, and bears the weight of his complete resignation on the matter. He doesn't look them in the eye when he answers, nor does his tone carry any of his frustration. But his wall is back.
Loud and clear.
I did not hear you.
Loud and clear, sir.
Good kid. Off you go. I don't want to see your pretty mug here in the next few hours. You're dismissed.
Yes, sir.
Except this time, it has been rebuilt in the wrong place, at the wrong time for an entirely different reason. Knowing him when it's like this, it won't hold for long.
Don't worry about missing out on anything. I'll keep you updated once you return, all right? Take a break for now. You haven't slept since last night.
Thanks.
After a restless night, a brief talk with her parents about the housewarming party invitation, and a failed attempt at going back to her normal routine, Rebecca returned to Salemwell. There, she overheard a conversation between Ashton, Inspector Abigail, and the Chief Inspector. They leave him after with a pat to the back and nothing else. But anger and frustration together are cold, ugly things to carry, much less to swallow. For someone like Ashton, coping with it is a whole different uphill climb. His is not the kind that fades away with time, nor easily forgotten. It's the sort that he keeps close, allows to fester and drive him. But when that doesn't work, when all of what keeps his mind occupied is taken from him, he's nothing but lost. That anger too loses its direction. So he fumes, stalks off to some place where he can be alone, where he can find something to vent it out on, where people won't see more of him beyond what he chooses to show. If that doesn't work either, he'll go back to the first step and do everything again, all until everything becomes a vicious cycle and it eats him whole, changes him entirely as a person. He hates it when people meddle. He hates it more when people see him like this. But this isn't something he has to carry alone. This too is ours to bear. I won't let him suffer this alone. With that in mind, I follow after him. Minutes later, I finally track Ashton down at a nearby park. He can't sit still, pacing back and forth, running a hand through his hair in a gesture of frustration every other pass he makes. At some point, he decides to take it out on a poor park bench, only for his foot to regret it all afterwards. He returns to pacing then, has been at it for the last 5 minutes, and at this point he might end up digging a trench on the ground if he doesn't let up.
Someone should stop him.
When I followed him here, I've intended to put an end to this, had a whole speech prepared for him. But now that I'm standing in close proximity to his temper, to him, I can't bring myself to even approach. My feet simply won't move the instant I saw him. Before long, my own resolve starts to wane, gradually fading away underneath the uncertainties. What will he think? Will he appreciate this? He hates it when people interfere with his affairs, and here I am barging in on his business as if it's something I'm entitled to share. When did I start thinking this way? When did I start thinking this was okay?
Why did I think this would be a good idea?
I'm stepping back before I know it. Although I don't make it far. In my rush, I accidentally step on a stray wrapper that somehow missed the trash. It crunches under my foot, and in the stillness of the park at this time, it's loud enough to disturb. Ashton halts, looks up, his vexed expression making way for bewilderment.
Becca? You aren't supposed to be here.
It isn't meant to be an accusation or to be taken like one. It's a simple statement, yet it sounds far from it all the same. A question underneath. Facing it now, I hesitate. What do I want to say?
I heard you know.
God damn it, come on! Direct, straight to the point, as clear-cut and as forthright as I can manage. There's no way out of this, no way to go but forward and straight into the heart of the problem. Dancing around these issues hold little meaning now after our loss, consequences be damned. Because more than the thought of meeting his anger is the thought of another thing consuming him. His grief. I'm more afraid of losing him to that. Someone has to reach out before he strays.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The chief? Inspector Abigail? Just outside the parking lot? Does any of that ring a bell? I was there, Ash. I heard all of it.
Would it have changed anything if you didn't? Don't rub it in.
That's supposed to be voiced. What were you even doing back there anyway? Didn't they tell you the place is sealed off until we're done?
You're in no position to tell me what to do right now, Ashton.
I'm not... Listen here, Becca. We're already having enough trouble trying to pin down the asshole who did this. We can't find a shred of evidence. Don't add to our problems.
How am I adding to your problems? I just happened to end up there, and all I did was stand. That place is also my home, in case you forgot. Seriously, Ash, what happened? What's happening to you? I've never seen you act like this over a case. You can always talk to me.
I can't just talk, Becca. How many times do I have to tell you that?
That doesn't mean I'll stand around and do nothing while you're doing everything to apparently ruin yourself.
What part of you shouldn't get involved do you not understand?
I wasn't trying to get myself involved in anything. I'm just asking what the problem is. Your problem. Maybe I can help, you know? Just like how we used to as kids.
We're not children anymore, Becca. This isn't as simple as the games we used to play back then. You saw what they did to her, with your own eyes. Whoever did this knows exactly what they're doing. If you don't stop butting in on police business, you could end up like the victim.
Wrong. So many things going wrong in this talk. His stubbornness, his stupid assumptions, even this whole crazy idea of keeping us safe he has going on in his head. Is he expecting people to just accept everything as they are? But out of everything that came out of his mouth, that last bit takes the whole bloody cake over everything.
The victim has a name, Ash, and that victim is your friend. Why is it so difficult to say her name now when you've done it plenty of times before?
Does it matter now? She's gone. Even Zach made a bigger issue out of that. There are other things you two should really be...
It does matter. To you, it does. For a long time.
You've always seen her in a different light. Far different from the way he'd look at other people, Zachary, or me. Always with the tiny gleam in his eyes, the darting glances, and the kind smiles. Little things, little gestures. To others may seem like nothing, but to him it means the whole world, because it's the only way he can say everything without fumbling or losing his nerves. Right from the very start, and I don't need to ask the why. I've always had an inkling. The thought has always been there, hiding, tucked, and neatly sealed away at the back of my mind, in the same manner he keeps his own secrets close to himself. Which is why, when he swallows hard, allows his arms to fall limp to his sides, and shifts his gaze away, there's no jolt, no surprise in me. Just a slow, painful, burning realization of a truth long held. Of feelings never meant to be for me. And yet, in the end...
Like I said, it doesn't matter. You guys need to understand that whatever I say or do right now, this case isn't going to solve itself.
In the end, it's him who cowers from it.
You keep on saying case this, case that. But this isn't just about the bloody investigation anymore, is it?
Well, you seem to have a better idea what it is. Why don't you lay it all out to me, so I'll understand? Maybe I'm missing something. Because honestly, I don't know what else this could be, other than what we've been telling the press. A fucking homicide case. The victim was murdered, and if you bring up that stupid letter again...
Will you quit saying that?
Well, what do you want me to say then?
Stop lying to yourself!
I'm lying? Becca, look here,
No! Enough! Enough with your cool act! I'm having none of it! You listen, and you listen good! Stop this! Stop lying! Stop telling yourself everything and this is normal for you! Because it's not! It never was! It never will be!
Rebecca, I think you need to calm down.
Stop pretending Isabella no longer equates into all of this just because she's gone! Because that is a big, fat lie coming from you!
Why is it this stream? We're just getting into all the arguments.
She matters because it's her! She always did! No one else! Or you. She always did.
The very meaning behind it freezes him into place, and any excuses or diversions dies on his tongue. There's more to it, however. Beyond his unmoving stance and his sudden unfocused stare, there's understanding and fear. He's aware I'm right, and every word I'm about to articulate are the very same ones he's been avoiding. But these need to be said, even if it means having him face the unpleasant.
Regardless of what you're telling me or Zachary, I know that out of all of us, you're the one taking this the hardest.
I allow my voice to fade, into the night, into the chilly air blowing in the distance between us, cold, sharp, unforgiving, much like the truths we have to face. Ashton is silent for quite some time, but the earlier shock in his face has given way to something flaccid, subdued. And when that silence becomes too unbearable for him as well, he forces himself to move, to pace. Treading the ground once again, one perturbed footstep after another, and running a furious hand to his hair before dropping it to his side. Later, when that too turns inadequate, he gives the park bench another good kick. This time, if it brings any pain to him, he simply takes it all in, as if that alone will dull the other pain.
Fuck.
Regardless, he continues, but this time there's something in his voice. A bitter note dropping to nothing more than whispers he mutters to himself, a sound he meant only for his ears to hear, but reverberates clearly in the park's stillness.
Ash, maybe you should...
Damn it, god damn it! I was hoping, damn it, I was hoping for her to...
His throat closes up. His words choke off, getting lost in his sorrow. Unable to continue, he passes a hand over his eyes instead, letting out a slow, ragged breath that brings him neither a sense of comfort nor relief. It's simply another reminder of what he failed to do.
I couldn't even... Damn it, all these years, telling myself that I... And yet I couldn't even...
And this is when he breaks. Oh, fuck. That hurts. Fuck. Piece by piece. Brick by brick. The walls he struggled to put up all came tumbling down. All of his defenses caving in, weakening, as it bears the brunt of his grief. His words are halting when the first tears begin to fall. His shoulders shaking, hands clenched tightly, his fists holding on to something quickly slipping away from him. Or maybe it already did. Maybe this comes from all those missed opportunities. Her departure took it all with her, and what he's clinging to right now are merely the fragments. Remnants of all the what-ifs and should-haves. Oh, shit.
I knew this was going to be a difficult case. The moment I saw it, I knew.
That's a new sprite.
There was barely any evidence. Not even a sign of someone else breaking in. And she's just there. I've been at this since last night, and I couldn't find anything that would help. I hate this. I hate feeling this stupid, this helpless. I can't even begin to imagine what she felt before she... Figures, huh? Turns out I'll mess this up too, huh?
In truth, I don't know how to answer that, or if he's expecting any from me. It's one of those questions where there's really no exact answer to. Same with those little regrets now surfacing, lingering. Any other day I tell him exactly how I see it without wavering. That, no matter how, there's no way we could have prepared for this. No way we could have known things would lead to this. But those are opinions better left for another day, when we're hurting less, when we aren't reeling from what has been haphazardly thrown at us. After all, platitudes tend to cease their usefulness at some point. And in its place, I've nothing else to offer but a shoulder to cry on. Aww. That's sweet. We're an awkward fit like this, with his trembling shoulders and short, heaving breaths. Though he allows it, he doesn't return the gesture, nor do I expect him to do so. Unlike Isabella, who's always been open and free with her fondness for people, personal space has always been a matter of importance for the two of us. Ashton most of all. But for the time being, this'll do.
Davenport, you're an idiot.
I'm here.
Of course I know how you're feeling about this. Who do you think I am? We grew up together, didn't we? I know you better than anyone. Stop forgetting stuff like that. Drill it into your head if you must.
Aww. We'll take what little comfort we can gain from this, beyond what reassurances mere words can offer. And in this short moment we share, this is enough. We exchange no words after. Simply standing there for a good half of the hour, letting the late-night din of the city, the rustling of leaves, and the hum of the crickets nearby fill the air around us. We remain like this until his sobs fully subside, and what's left of it are nothing more than soft whimpers. When at last he pulls away from me, it's as if the heavy atmosphere is finally lifted around us, and what he carries with him no longer burdens him the way it did minutes ago. Not completely, though. Even with this, it'll take longer for everything to fade, and neither will it be easily forgotten, especially when it has taken roots so deeply in our lives. But he's calm now. It's better this way, because only in the aftermath is when he'll learn to deal, to cope.
Is it going to be okay now?
It's a start. I can't always walk him through this. He knows that too. So, when he answers, he asks nothing more of me, and only answers in the best manner he can, without reverting back to anger or locking himself away.
Yeah, a little, I guess. I don't know. This is... It'll take some time. There's still the investigation and the evidence, if we can even find any. Plus, the lab still has to test everything.
Ash, I'm not asking about the case, although that's important. Trust me, I want to know who did this as much as you do. At least then, I'll have a proper reason to hit someone. But I'm asking about you. Are you going to be okay?
Another mirthless expression flickers shortly across his features before he looks away, his eyes focusing on some distant area of the park. There's a hint of yearning in them, probably searching for that one person who can never be here from now on. It's gone, and he's already talking in the next second before I can prompt him.
I'll be fine. A bit of adjustment here and there, maybe. I'll be okay. I've survived worse things.
I doubt he believes those, but I don't question him further on it, and neither does he let me.
But thanks for asking. And for this. Sorry you had to see me like that.
What? Don't be so embarrassed about it now. This isn't the first time, remember? Back in secondary? If I recall, someone had to snap you out of that sulk, too.
Yeah. No. No. Don't remind me. And don't sound so proud of it.
Why not? I mean, you've done more embarrassing things in front of other people, and I always have to...
That's the point. It's embarrassing.
Oh, come on. Now you're feeling ashamed about it? For the record, there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. But let's just leave it there, Becca. And if you can, if possible, can you not... Don't mention this to Zach. For now. I'll never hear the end of it.
There are a lot of things he intentionally leaves out in that. So many things he refuses to tell. and it's all being hidden under that false front. His hesitance alone, the shift in his tone from that banter, speaks volumes. Zachary has never been one to easily judge people. It's part of the reason why Ashton hangs out with him despite their rather disastrous first meeting. The big guy learning about this little episode won't make any difference, nor even change things around them. It's just one of the many things they learn to accept, or in some cases tolerate about each other. Of course, it doesn't mean things like the punching incident this morning never occurs. That doesn't mean it can't easily be fixed, though. Sometimes all they need is a little push. Kids.
Zachary will understand.
Yeah, I know. I know that. But I'd rather talk to him in person first. About other things. And when we're in better terms, maybe we can laugh about this. But right now...
I won't mention anything. Don't worry. Though, like I said, Zachary will understand. You are just doing your job, and that kind of news isn't easy to swallow. Anyone would have reacted that way, even if it's someone like Zach. In fact, if I didn't know the big guy, he's probably feeling guilty about it like you're doing now. Trust me, it'll be okay.
He merely smiles in reply, strained and a bit awkward, but I take it for everything it stands for right now. Today and in the next, a little drop of optimism could do us some good. Even if things appear a wee bit bleaker than it should be, or were people rarely inclined to hope blindly. That kind predisposition has always been Isabella's or Zach's department, never from us who stick to facts and what we see in front of us. But this time, taking a page from their book isn't so bad. What is there left to lose? Aww. A fuming Ashton marched off to the park after his temporary dismissal from Isabella's case. Rebecca follows after him, and the two ended up in a spat over Ashton's cold and distant attitude. When all is said and done, Ashton reached his breaking point. Alright, I think we're gonna stop here. God, I was actually gonna start crying again when Ashton was crying. Fuck. 82%, yay! 90% of CG's here, sweet. Wait, where's the one? Okay, there it is. I was like, where's the one he has of, like, discovering Hannah's dead body? Let's see. And 95% of this done, too. We just have one CG. We're almost halfway through this. Oh, boy. Oh wow, we get 100% of all these. Nice. Wait, what's the difference between this and that? Alright, let's check out the extras. Ooh, Falcon Punch. Knock some sense into Ashton. No hard feelings. Apologize to Ashton for hitting him. Let's see. Discover all endings for Chapter 4. Into the meat grinder. Nothing but a pile of mangled flesh. And then, I'm here. Lend a shoulder to cry on. 67 of achievements. Jesus Christ. Man. Can we check back that epilogue, please? Oh, right, romance endings. Here we go. I think should I fucking reread this just to feel better? Cause that fucking sucked. Like, that fucking sucked to hear Ashton to have Ashton crying. Oh, that sucked. So, okay, let me see here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, 10 romance endings. We only have one for Ashton and Isabella, and and I guess a couple variants for Luke and Hannah. What the hell are the other romance then? Anyway, that'll do for our letter stream. Like, my voice is about ready to give out. And I got, messages to reply to. Wait a minute, wrong tab. Oh my god. Man, my fucking throat is dying on me. Not to mention it's almost 2:30 in the morning. Wait, do I even have the loading thing up? Yeah, I do. I couldn't fucking remember. My mind is all fucky. Because I gotta do stuff. Oh my god. Oh, my throat is... Man, I did not think it was gonna be that... like this letter stream was full of just... It's like, it was either arguments or emotional stuff. Like, I was about ready to cry again from Ashton breaking down over Isabella's death. Seriously, I have found that lately I've just been, like, super emotional. Like I've been wanting to cry a lot more, and it's like, why? I'm normally not a crybaby. I mean, I get that, like, you know, yeah, you can totally, like, you know, sympathize and maybe understand to an extent, like, the feelings and all that, you know, come with this sort of thing. But fuck, I shouldn't be wanting to cry so much. But hey, at the very least, we did get our really good epilogues. It just sucks that, unfortunately, by the end of all this, it's like, we're not gonna fucking... It just sucks that, but like we're just like screwing all the good endings up here on purpose just to get them all killed. I am curious though about like the romance endings. Like, what are we supposed to get here? I don't know. That might actually be something we do before we do the true endings. It's just like get all the romance endings. Because I'm curious, like, what other ships do we have here? We only had one... I mean, Ash and Isabella are the only, like, apparently things, I guess. But we have variants for Luke and Hannah. Is it possible we could get, Hannah and Marianne together? That would be great. I don't know. Maybe there's an Ashton Rebecca ending. I don't know. We'd have to see, I guess. But anyway, I need to end the stream because it's been over 6.5 hours. So, thank you all for joining me for this stream of the letter. Sorry it was a long one. But it's like called getting invested. So the next stream will be on Friday night, of course, on the 28th. At, of course, the same time as always of 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. And that we're probably gonna, like... Excuse me. We're probably going to, hopefully finish up the fourth run-through in the Kill 'Em All route. And then after that, as I said before, we're probably gonna go for romance endings. And then after that, we're gonna go for true endings. And yes, I will, like... And yes, like... If I don't get to the true endings by the 28th... on the 30th, we're getting to them Halloween. Like, I want to finish this shit up. But that'll be for another time. So, thank you all for joining me. Hope you had a wonderful time. And I'll see you all at the next letter stream. So have a good night, a good few days. Stay safe, we're still in the middle of a pandemic, even if everyone wants you to forget otherwise. And I'll see you all next time. Goodbye, everybody.